And hello everybody, and welcome back to Odyssey of the Dragonlords. In the last session, the party of the heroes of legend, the Dawnbringers, had continued to be on their dream, the dream brought about by their stay, the ghost ship Ultros. This dream, one thing led to the other, and they ended up fighting the ghost of Estor Archelander, one of the ancient Dragonlords of old. Through some stuff that I won't really get into. The party ended up actually siding with Estor Archelander mid-fight. Seeing their situation was a dire one indeed, they decided to fold their hands, so to speak, and they managed to turn the tables around on the other ghost that also wanted Estor's head. Estor, though reluctantly, accepted this weird kind of surrender, but not really, from the party, and allowed them to wake up, to go back to the waking world, under the idea that one of them is going to eventually captain the Ultras. The party woke up, and by the time they did so, a couple of days had passed from their journey. The ship continuously moving back to the city of Mytros due to their, the ghostly inhabitants of the ship. That reminds me something. That the recording screen, first of all, is not looking at the page centered correctly. But also that we are no longer in Chapter 3, Summoned by the King. We are now
Chapter 4?
in Chapter 4, Voyage of the Ultros.
Oh,
Don't get too used to this title screen because it'll be going away eventually. Sooner than you might think. But anyway, you guys have then returned to the city of Mytros. Eventually made a deal with Estor Archelander's ghost. Well, specifically one of you made a deal with him. Porunga decided to allow Estor Archelander's spirit to inhabit his body for the time being, at least until you make your way to the treasure of the Dragonlords that is somewhere within the Nether Sea. Estor, under the assumption that Estor is to get the first pick of the treasure, an ancient mirror, broken mirror, that he claims once held quite a lot of power, but no more. Party returned to Mytros, being welcomed by a crowd of people who really were hyped about their triumphant return with the legendary ship. They were also welcomed by Queen Valos and King Acastus in their respective ways. Valos informed the party that time is kind of the essence. There's still some time before the Oath of Peace ends and the Titans make their move against the gods and their followers. But before that, the ship of the Ultros needs to be refurbished, updated, so to speak. Upgraded, rather, that's the word I was looking for. In order to be able to brave the dangers of the sea. And during that time, the heroes decided to take a bit of a break. Some of them decided to join the Great Games, or at the very least attempt to join the Great Games. And others, well, sadly, decided to, were chosen for a different task at hand. One that will keep them away for a bit, even after the Ultros is refurbished. But perhaps this is but the preamble to new alliances being formed. As we continue from where we were. You guys were back at the city of Mytros. I believe last we left off, you were just about to head off to, to the Colosseum to see how things were, what the requirements are, how the Great Games are going to play out, and somewhere along that way, unless you do
I
anything
think we were
before.
gonna go down. Yeah, we were gonna go down below to set those spirits free first.
Okay. You grab the box of, you still don't know what's inside. So you grab the ornate box that in the dream held a bunch of wailing, pained spirits. But you haven't exactly checked the contents inside just yet. But you go back into the Ultros and try and see what you can make of it.
I will. Is it still like fastened to the deck of the boat? Floor of the
No,
boat?
you guys did like pry open the pry loose rather the box last time.
I will take it up onto the deck, and I'll like set up some incenses, and I'll say a little prayer. May the souls within this box find peace upon the horizon light, and then like I'll open it, or I'll see if my party's ready first, and then I'll open it. Why is
So
track?
So I
Actually-
assume everybody would be around for this, right?
I did ask them to stay in case the ghosts were
So
grumpy.
you say your prayers, you open the box, and what you come across is not a bunch of wailing spirits asking for the sweet release of death once again. Rather, what ends up happening is that what you find inside are a bunch of little gems.
Ooh.
They look kind of like onyx gemstones. There is, however, something that you pick up on that strikes you as quite strange. There's like around 12 of these there, but a couple of them are actually shattered into pieces. Split down the middle directly.
And you said there are 12 of them, and a couple are shattered.
Yes, around
The same number of
Yes,
wraiths that we killed.
around like 7 of them are shattered.
How many?
Go ahead.
I looked to my brother and I would be like, how many wraiths did we destroy in Metron's
I don't
room?
remember.
Was it 3?
More than 3, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, it was more than 3? They died really quickly. I forgot.
I know I got at least one.
I think
Juno
I got
two
3.
of them. So it must be 6, unless there was more that. Because I know I at least got one. I know Juno got 2 of them. I don't remember if I got 1 or 2 of them.
Can I observe these? Do they seem magical to me?
How do you observe them?
I have a question.
Well, I will kind of hold up the broken stones with the non-broken stones and like using the light ray kind of like reflect it through them to see if they have like a different type of shine to
Well,
them.
Here's the thing. They look like onyx, so kind of like a pitch dark
Oh, yeah,
coloration,
okay.
right? But when you take them out the box and shine the light on them, it's as if the onyx effect is more like a trick, like an illusion, or maybe not an illusion, some form of effect that has been placed on them. Because when the light hits them, they become clear, like crystal. You can even see like like your fingers through the onyx stones. You kind of put you may at some point pass them back through the shadow where they do become kind of like pitch dark. It's as if they become almost spectral, to put it one way, when you put them against the light.
I will put one on the deck and break it. or attempt to break it. I'm weak as fuck.
You attempt to break one of them. How do you? What tools do you use to break this?
I will take out my dagger, my super pretty princess dagger, and I will use the blunt end of it and just try and smash it.
You bring the pommel of your dagger down onto the onyx, well, pseudo onyx gemstone. There's a crack. The rest of the crew who are upgrading, currently remodeling the ship, kind of look around, look back at you, cracking this. For a moment, it seems like there's no effect, but then suddenly, you will notice as from the remains of the cracked gemstone, this kind of smoke almost, or kind of like mist, actually, seems to come out of it. At first, it seems to be kind of be flying up and up and up away, seemingly very similar, visually speaking, to the other sort of like mist-like wisp that you saw emanating from the altars when you arrived at Mytros. The indication of the ghostly oarsmen disappearing from the world. But then it kind of becomes this swirl a couple of inches above your head. A swirl that becomes bigger and bigger and bigger with each passing moment, until eventually, as a specter manifests itself from the swirl. There's no real reason to roll me initiative for the time being. Well, actually, there is, just to see if it manages to get something out before it is blasted into oblivion by all of you. So everybody, just quickly roll me initiative, but I'm not gonna pull out the turn order. Just roll me initiative. I didn't. I said no turn order.
I should probably put my guy on the field first.
Ow! Can I just start cracking all the other ones really quickly?
I mean, are you sure?
We should probably wait and move till we're away from people before we crack the other ones, but I think we should eventually.
I think it's fine if they get to watch us.
I mean, well,
In action.
I forgot to move some of the tokens out this place, but Bal's not here. Neither's Makalia, neither Skyra. They all kind of left going their separate ways to do stuff. Damn, I don't know why it auto pulls out the turn order.
Well, yeah, true, but I mean, I don't know if the crew people are wanting.
I did ask my auntie to make sure they got off the ship before we finished, but
just, I mean, well, no, because
they're all gone
they're
then.
gonna have to get everything set with. So there's 4 of these. Actually, hold on, let me double check that.
from the 1 stone or from the 4 leftover stones?
My bad. There's 5. There's 5 specters. So
That's fine.
just so that we don't, like make this into like a long-winded combat encounter. What is gonna happen here is that I'm gonna count this singular token as 5 of those specters. That means they effectively, during their turn, they get a 5 attack at each of you.
Bring it.
So here's what we're gonna do. Let's get us some. Let's get us something here.
I would roll on that one.
Porunga's just like, fuck this.
Just take me out.
He's
I got distracted by the voice in my head.
Okay, there we go. Let's get that combat music going. Drakgar, you're on the field. This is happening in the upper deck of the Ultros. While there may not be, crew members around to be caught in the crossfire, there's still a couple of bystanders, another dock hands, like, around the area that are now bearing witness to this. So here we go. We have Porunga, we have Exandri, we have Derek here. All of you guys are here. Everybody's here. The squad is here. Unless, Derek, you wanted to not be here and we decided to start your training with the Pythor earlier. Derek?
You're muted.
He is not. He's just not talking. He might not be here at the moment. In that case, well, I'm going to add, just so I don't want to make the assumption that he is here when he doesn't want to be. So I'm just going to make the assumption that you guys are going to fight. So let's try and make this quick, shall we? Exandri, what do you do?
Blow him up.
With what?
I'm gonna look to my brother and I'd be like, should I use my channel divinity and just make them flee, or should we?
Well, if we make them flee, we might accidentally make them flee into the city, and that might not be good. So it might be best just to take them on now.
All right.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did we take a long rest?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
I will. My eyes are gonna glow pure white again. As my holy symbol is gonna glow, and my Quetzal is going to burst forth from it as I cast Spirit Guardian. The enemies are only the wraiths. Everybody else is safe.
Okay. We'll say, for the purpose of this, that they're always going to be within range of Spirit Guardians.
As my Quetzal just starts swirling around me and protecting me.
Alright, so... okay, so there we go. Oof. A couple of them took damage, but others did not. That's your action. Anything else?
No, that's it. I don't have any bonus
I'm trying to
effects.
think of like the show where it's like that scene where the guy like pulls out like a rock, like a crack rock, and like breaks it with like the pommel of his gun or something like that. I think it's Breaking Bad. Yeah. I'm imagining a motion like that, where Exandri just pulls out the little onyx stones from the box and like begins mashing the onyx stones into like fine powder. What's it called? So, Exandri, you activate Spirit Guardians, creating a set of spectral Quetzalcoatls to be able to attack at this one. I said Quetzalcoatls, that's a bird. Aquatls, the celestial creature, is the one we were thinking
Yeah.
of.
The celestial dragons.
Alright. Drakgar.
First, I rage, and then second, I recklessly whack one of them. And then my second attack. Whoosh.
Okay. Would that be enough? No dice. They are still standing. Anything else?
Yep, that's it.
The 5 specters are gonna look over at the rest of you, kind of gathering around all of you, surrounding you from all sides as they manifested from the onyx stones. They're going to take their 5 attacks this turn. Oh, first of all, they have to make an additional wisdom save due to Spirit Guardian's effect. Let's see. Okay, so they would take. That takes down 2 of them, meaning there's 3 of them left with Spirit Guardians. 3 of them are going to take. I'm gonna roll a 1d3. 1 is Drakgar, 2 is Porunga, 3 is Exandri. Drakgar. They're all coming for you, man. As these 3 remaining specters just kind of go ahead and reach out to try to sap your life force away. 1, 2, 3.
2 hit, 1 misses.
That's a crit. You take. Let's see. 11, 8. You take 26 points of necrotic damage and I need 2 con saves.
Okay, I'm also gonna Stone's Endurance that.
Imagine the crit you're going to.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
D12, right? D12 plus
2, or you have a 3.
Wait, who killed 2 of them?
You did with your Spirit Guardians at the start of their turn.
Right. Okay.
I think it's plus 2, but
If it's plus 2, then you would ignore 10.
add your count modifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus 2.
So would you would ignore 10 from the 18 or from the 18.
And then I don't have it, right? Since it's magical damage.
Yes, it's necrotic. I don't believe yours is those.
Damage.
So you would take 16 points of damage and 2 con saves.
Fucking. I mean.
Oh.
At least you're
Unlucky.
doing your job.
Your max health is reduced by 8 until the next long rest.
Alright, well, that's fine with me.
You never truly make this once. That's it for the specters. Porunga.
He lives dangerously.
I like to live life on the edge.
Porunga.
All right, I'm gonna do magic missiles at level 2.
There's
And I'm
3 of
gonna
them.
use.
Yeah, there's 3 of them left.
It's all gonna go to the first one.
I mean, we'll see if even the first one survives, because they just took a lot of fucking damage.
Okay.
I think the first one saved twice against my Quetzal.
I'm gonna I'm also gonna quicken it so it's a bonus action.
Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Last time they were resistant to everything you had to throw at them, but maybe that was just the dream. So the first one and the second one dies. Only one of them left. Hold on, is that gonna be enough to take him down? Just enough for the last one. I get rid of the last one, Porunga.
So, wait, so the last one's still alive?
No,
they're dead?
The first 2 magic missiles got rid of the first one. The third magic missile got rid of the second one, and the 4th magic missile got rid of the last one.
Nice.
So go ahead, Rom. How do you destroy this last few specters?
I aim straight for their heads.
All right.
And just hold them.
Creating a couple of darts of magical energy, Porunga shoots them forward. The first 2 strike through as they kind of make holes in the eyes of the specter. The third one kind of does a loop around the second one and kind of strikes at the back of their head. And the 4th magic missile, sort of like swerving in between the first 2 specters as they begin to discorporate, kind of goes in from like a low angle upwards into the specter's visage, as all of them just they dissipate into nothingness.
Okay, well, that's that.
That was quick.
How did you?
All right, so once I get rid of the combat music, what do you guys do now?
I'm guessing I don't have enough time to rest before the games.
I mean, you
I
don't
don't
know.
think the games are today. We just gotta go set up.
No, you're not sure. You did see a bunch of people beginning to head off somewhere.
And then I guess I'll start heading there, see if it's today.
Damn, immediately, no time to rest.
Yeah. I'm good. It's just a flesh wound.
I'm gonna go with you.
Same.
Okay.
I want to go check out the games as well.
In that case, you guys, after just doing a quick bit of exorcism work, dispelling the foul spirits that plague this segment of this box that you were entrusted to by Metron. Sorry. Damn, sorry about that. You decide there ain't no rest for the wicked, and you decide to go over to the Great Colosseum of Mytros. It's at this point. Oh, go ahead.
Since my fiance was there watching all of that, could we have asked him to accompany us to the games?
Yes. He, goes over, you ask him, hey, go ahead, walk with us. And Sula Nurdigon, kind of looks over, somewhat in amazement, actually. He was a bit, not really taken aback, but amazed by, the display. Because he's never really seen you fight, with his own eyes, so to speak. Instead, when you talk to him, he kind of takes like a moment for him to react, and he says, "Oh, yes, of course. That was an amazing display. It's the first time I ever seen something like it."
As my spirit dragon snakes keep circling around us.
You're not hurt, are you?
No, I'm perfectly fine. Let us scratch. Like normal. Usually they always aim for my brother. I feel like it's because he's really big and beefy, and I just look really puny and weak. So he's really. I think he's okay too. I did see he got hit just a little bit, but he doesn't seem too bad off, in my opinion.
There's Sula Nurdigon. Young man, probably in his mid-20s. Seems to have kind of like a tan skin and black hair. Just describing it for the sake of the audience. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But anyway.
Oh.
Just to make sure, because I may need to go over the description of some of these characters again. But anyway. So you bring along Sula, as he says. Alright, I heard that the king is actually going to be starting the Great Games today. It's a momentous day that you decide to arrive here at the city. Too great of a coincidence, I believe. Are you going to be participating in the games?
Yeah, I think I might try it. I mean, I'm not quite sure what it entails or like what we do per se, but I mean, I think I'm going to try.
Well, I heard that since the passing years, rules on the Great Games have been changed somewhat. It is no longer about blood sport and gladiatorial combat between the participants, but rather a test of endurance and of skill. There is an opening combat as far as I remember, but, well, maybe they will change that as well eventually. At least I hope.
Well, whatever it may be, I'm definitely down to try. I'm pretty sure my brother Drax is also going to enter. I'm not quite sure
And
about Porunga, but if Porunga doesn't enter, um, would you cheer both of us on?
Yes, of course. Though you can't. You're putting me in a bit of a rough spot here, my dear. You, if I want to have a decent relationship with the in-laws, uh, I can't exactly cheer against your brother, but I also will never cheer against you. It is a
Oh.
competition after all. You're both going against each other.
Well, that's perfectly fine. If he would, I'll be happy. If I would, I'm pretty sure he'll be happy.
I got this easy, and I'll start flexing.
Well,
We're on the same team, and it's just for fun. So
well, I believe there is some reward involved to the winners, but perhaps you'll look into it a little bit more once we get there.
and if there is a reward for the winner, aren't our odds better if there are two of us trying to win?
Well, forgive me for saying, but it would be in bad sport to, you know, team up, I guess, against the rest of the participants.
Oh no, I will fully go all out. I'm just saying our odds of claiming the prize are greater if there are two of us trying to win it.
Make that 3.
Oh,
Three.
snap. Ruka's in it
Puruga
too.
cuts
Let's
up, he's in it
go.
too. Let's go.
Alright. Derek, are you here? Still
Nope,
not here.
He's too
Cool.
cool for us.
So it is at this point that we switch perspectives in the story. GTA 5 style, the camera pulls back into the skies and moves across the city of Mytros somewhere else. As a newcomer has recently arrived at the city of Mytros. This individual has presumably been going through their own journey across the land, away from the shenanigans of the party. They haven't exactly been traveling alone, however. In fact, they were asked by, by the people who made him embark into this journey in the first place, to, travel with them. Or with her, rather. A bit of a armed escort to ensure the transportation of a particular individual safely into the city of Mytros. The individual that is currently being transported, so to speak, or escorted rather, into the city of Mytros, is one that the party is associated with already. A certain individual who bears the resemblance of a beautiful woman with long black hair and a lot of gold adornments around her body. A circlet and also some aspects of her physical features seem to embody some connection to the water, fins and the like. But the individual that is currently traveling with her, as asked by the followers of Versi, the Oracle, is an individual that we have not seen before until this day. How do you pronounce the Bouxfhades?
There you go.
both
That's
of these.
perfect.
Bouxfhades. Could you describe your character, how they look like physically?
I am very imposing, and I look like I have a chip on my shoulder, because I've been shunned by a lot of people in my past. I have very bright, glowing eyes, though nobody outside of myself knows why. Dark hair, tall, big, you know. That's pretty much about all I've got at the moment.
Okay. Bouxfhades, you've been I heard that snark over there. That little laugh that somebody gave.
Every time
Uh,
you say it, I get it.
You have gone through your own set of hardships, as per ordained by the prophecy of the oracle, one that she delivered to you herself. Be it because your journey started a little bit later, quote unquote, than the rest of the heroes that you've heard of, or because you, well, have been burned a couple of times, one too many times before, in order for you to trust this, put any stock into this prophecy nonsense. Well, that's up to you to decide. But as you're traveling through, arriving at the brilliant city of Mytros, being welcomed by the tall walls that make its outside perimeter, walking through the streets as you see a bunch of people all living in relative peace, harmony, and calmness. Do you have any comments on, as you arrive here at the city of Mytros while escorting Versi, the Oracle?
I think that it's a nice, beautiful city, but I still try to avoid the people on the streets as they give me odd looks due to my current circumstance that you know about, that I assume you will explain.
Uh-oh.
Well, it'll come up in due time.
Okay.
But Versi does notice your apprehension at interacting with the people of the of Mytros. She, who is just currently not really like incognito, but she is more or less covering, I guess, herself in such a way so that her identity would be hard to discern from a distance. She is, after all, the Oracle, and many people would know of her, if not know her. She looks at you, your apprehension at interacting with the people of Mytros, and says in this, in her usual, sort of like calm tone of voice, I understand that you've gone through quite a bit of turmoil, but take heart in knowing that you will soon meet with some others who have gone through a similar path to yours. Does that prospect at least not bring some degree of happiness to you?
It makes me nervous as well as apprehensive.
As it should. It is not often one gets told of their destiny, and less before, and even less when one is told that they will be joining some who have traveled similar paths, already veritable heroes recognized in their own right. Nervous, perhaps?
100%.
Don't be. They are all good people, and one of them is the greatest of all. She says with a look in her face, as if she's recalling a very fond memory. She says, if my prediction is true, they are actually on their way to travel to the Colosseum in order to participate in the Great Games. Have you ever been interested in participating in those?
Is there any gambling involved?
There is monetary incentive, if that's what you're asking.
I guess we could go check them out.
And yes, sometimes the crowd does bet on the winners. Money exchanges hands all over Mytros. It is no stranger to be exchanged during this time of the year in the games.
So I guess let's head toward the Colosseum.
Of course. Perhaps this may even be a chance for you to cause a good first impression. Imagine them realizing that there's one athlete amongst the rest that will outshine most of them, only to find out that that same athlete will actually be joining them in their journey. Don't you think that would make for a good introduction?
Yeah, if they can get past my particular appearance as they see me coming.
You carry a heavy burden, or so I have seen. Whether you reveal that to the rest or not, well, I suppose it'll be down to you. Uh, as you continue to travel through the streets of Mytros, accompanying Versi the Oracle, you come up to what would be like a large series of steps that lead up a very large mountain. A mountain that, towards the, though, it's not an impossible climb through the steps. You can tell even from a distance there's a large structure sitting on top of it. The Colosseum. It is imposing, even from a distance. A crowd upon crowds of people seem to be getting gathered around these areas. Some going through pathways over to the sides, while others seem to be approaching through a separate queue, shall we say. You notice that amongst the crowd there's actually people who seem prepared, to put it one way. Armored or armed, or otherwise looking like they're not, part of the common rabble. Your discerning eye of someone who knows when to hold them, so to speak, will pick up right away that there's clear signs of some of the individuals in the crowd that they are not just intent on watching. Some of those people who are walking through here are, well, may very well be your possible contestants amongst the the crowd. In fact, some of those contestants stand out to you. Well, yes, probably somewhere along your travel you've come across various types of people, whether they were friendly to you or not. These other people that stand out to you amongst the crowd are actually, well, stand out more so, perhaps because you may have already heard of them. Well, for the purposes of our new player coming in, Drakgar, could you describe your character?
I'm very tall, super muscular, got tattoos over his body, and yeah, carrying a big axe on his back.
Self-explanatory. Porunga, could you describe yourself?
I'm a Dragonborn, wearing traveler's clothes with a bunch of trinkets from souvenirs from places where I've traveled through.
Okay. Exandri, could you describe yourself?
She's really dainty, definitely gives off vibes of spoiled and a princess. She's wearing a super expensive silk robe that, even though she has like a bow on her back, it's in very good condition and very clean. She has this little crystal tiara on. Her hair is very silver and it's put up in like these braids. She has these beautiful emerald green eyes. She has these very beautiful silky looking wings that are protruding out from her hips, that are folded and kind of cascading down with her dress. And she just is laughing and giggling and like punching the bigger guy's arm playfully as they're walking down the streets.
And last but not least, Derek, could you describe yourself?
If he's here.
Hold on. Does my mic work? Does my mic work?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I didn't hear echo on my side. So I am a nice, cool guy. Very old, 500 years old plus. You know. I'm a goat person. I got goat legs. Very sexy though. I'm very good looking. I have RGB tattoos, so like I can change color whenever I want. I just haven't done that since like the 5th episode. Just saying. Um, a bard, of course. I play music, and I am the great one, like my wife Versailles said, and that's it. That is it. Just saying.
He just showed up to town with your wife at his side, by the way.
What's
Did
that?
you say she's your wife?
Oh. Yeah. So buzz off, buddy.
Speaking of which,
Sure, buddy.
as you find this very colorful cast of characters, on your way up to
Wait,
the Colosseum.
Are you not gonna explain Lorius? He part of the crew too.
I mean, yeah,
Later,
but
later.
like he's currently. I mean, would you guys have wanted him to come along?
Just
Yeah,
Kyra.
Lorius is coming with us.
I mean,
Hell yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
I need to be. I need to be reminded of him because, well, he isn't a party member. He's a DM control NPC. What's it
He's hanging
called?
out with Kyra making books. Come on, guys.
You would see alongside the rest of the party, what appears to be another satyr. Unlike Derek, however, he appears to be, well, for one, younger, kind of like a baby face going on there, with a long sort of like mane-like hair that covers like a good portion of well, that seems to almost blend in with the his own sort of like satyr body hair. He seems to have like a very soft, I guess, if I was to describe it one way, like a very soft mannerisms. Walks kind of with like a, not really like a hunch, but like clearly with a intent of like, oh man, I really hope I don't cause trouble to people. He seems to be currently tagging along with the rest of the party, under the pretense that perhaps, well, he may not look like an athlete, but maybe he's here to cheer them on. That is Loris.
And then our last party member, Wizzy.
You would see traveling alongside the rest of the party, currently being, I guess, tugged along by a. I forgot. You have like a rope on him, don't you, or like some form of collar?
Yeah, I think he has the collar and a leash.
Jesus Christ. You would notice a. Well, why don't you describe it? You are the one that bought him, after all.
You see this very big, beautiful riding lizard. He's got white scales. He does have some scars on him because he was kept in a cage and traded from city to city or something like that. And he does look a little frightened, but like I keep coaxing him along with some food or some head scratchies. And he's just sticking to my side. He's this big, beautiful lizard.
Lizard the lizard.
So, Bouxfhades, you were described, more or less, by Versi how the other people that you were supposed to meet look like. And, you know, you see them, takes a couple of seconds to perhaps piece together the descriptions that you were given, but before you're even capable of asking out loud, oh, is this them, or are these the ones? I had to delete Wizard of the map because it was too big. You see as Versi kind of fast walks like over to one of these individuals, the aforementioned satyr with strange markings and tattoos over his body. And first, Derek, you yourself don't see Versi appear. In fact, she seems to have purposely approached from your blind spot. So as to give you a maybe like a surprise, you know, I'm here type of approach.
Yes.
You see as Versi kind of goes over and just places her hand on one of your arms, Derek, and says, "My beloved, it's me,
I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh you scared me, oh my god. Oh,
Did I
how you
startle
doing?
you?
And I hug her. Just a little bit. I was wandering the city with a group, and then surprise. But it's always a good surprise when it's you.
She smiles, and you said you hug her, you embrace her?
Very big one, or as tight as I can do it.
She returns the embrace. The
Backs
way
off
that
a
she
bit.
kind of positions, I guess, her arms, almost as if to intentionally prevent you from moving away, for at least as long as she deems it necessary. She, after a while still in your arms, she says, "Every moment that we spend apart is a great torture like you wouldn't imagine."
Don't you worry. When I'm with the group, I feel the exact same way. It's like nightmares after nightmares, you know. Being with you and probably dying every time my nightmares. This makes it all worth it.
But, apologies, I lost myself for a moment there. I arrived here for a reason. Two reasons, in fact. One, because I was called upon by Queen Valos. I am to accompany you the rest of your journey across the seas. But also, and she kinda finally steps away from you, as it's almost for a moment the existence of the rest of you beyond Derek didn't even register on her eyes until just now.
LOL XD.
And she
Right,
looks at the
guys?
rest of you and says, "Apologies, you have seen me in a rather unbecoming attitude. It's been so long. I hope everything has been alright."
Yeah, I think we've been doing pretty well. Uh,
Oh, right.
I
Go ahead.
I do have a little question though. Is it technically going to be safe for you to travel with us, seeing as we will be on the sea, and you know, your dad kind of wants you.
Versi thinks for a moment and says, "With each passing day, the oath of peace comes closer to ending. It matters not whether I am at the temple or at your side. Followers of my father will become bolder by the day. Their attempts on either my life or my safety will continue regardless. I would much rather be closer to all of you, if that was to happen."
Okay, I was just curious. I don't know if it was just gonna potentially make us a bigger target, because you're also a target. That's
I
all.
fear that you're already a target enough as is. But, besides that, I also arrive with another objective. Well, I suppose I should allow him to introduce himself. As she kind of steps to the side, gesturing towards you, Bouxfhades.
I guess I need to ask you, do they notice my affliction? I mean, I assume they would, as it's not, I
Well,
can't turn it on and off.
well, I mean, you guys would see what was, how he was described earlier. You know, a human, tall, imposing, donning darker clothes with a set of swords on his back, Witcher style, two swords on his back, one great,
Yep.
one long. One's for monsters. Anyway, the point is that this individual, besides
Ha.
of the fact that he looks like, well, a human, there's a telltale sort of like effect, I guess, that you would notice on him. His eyes are piercing blue, but not like like natural blue eyes. There's almost like an innate glow coming from them at all times. Think akin to like a White Walker, from Game of Thrones. there, is and well, much like a White Walker, it's as if his eyes emanate a cold, maybe not a literal one, but one that may resemble
Emo.
what do you say?
Emo.
I mean, not even emo. One that may resemble some absence, I guess, of life. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it.
Well, after he introduces himself, I'm gonna stick my name out and offer to shake his hand and
Oh.
say, "Nice to meet you."
Well, he hasn't said anything.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I
But
thought.
yeah,
Nice
I'm
to
still
meet
trying to figure. Am I supposed to tell them the rest of I assume
up
they
to you.
noticed what's
It's up to you.
on me.
It's up to you. You.
Oh, okay. Well,
I know. Well, I guess I'll say this for the audience. Bell here, Bouxfhades, this is their first D&D game, so everybody bear with him.
yeah, sorry. But I guess as I walk up, you guys happen to notice that as I'm walking, the grass and the flowers and any minor life, grass, flowers, trees, start to wither around me as I walk through.
It is.
I-
It's not an instant process. Not like a perpetual
Right,
aura
it's slower.
of death like around you. It's more like a if you stand still for long enough, you begin to see the changes.
Right, but as we've been standing here for a minute, they start to notice it. But I walk up and I introduce myself with my name. I hastily look at the giant man standing there and the princess, who I assumed looked like a good mark for a con, but I hold off on that as there's a giant person that could probably squash me in 2 seconds standing next to her. So I decided to introduce myself and say hello.
And then I'll do what I was gonna do before, but did it too soon, and I'll get my remote and shake his hand if he's willing.
Yeah, I do decide to shake your hand.
Hell yeah.
The rest of you, how do you guys introduce yourselves to this newcomer?
Welcome, and I'm say, hey there, rookie. It's nice to see you join the squad. I shake his hand.
I'll introduce myself as well.
It's Sandry. Do you introduce yourself as well?
I do. I will shake his hand and introduce myself.
Well, don't be too excited about it.
Calm down. Whoa, wait there. Calm down. You're married. Calm down. When you're.
So, why don't you guys make a rather amicable, short introduction? Bercy looks at the rest of you and says, "This fine young man here has, well, traversed a path not too dissimilar from the rest of you. Some time ago I received a vision of another one. One who also seems to have a destiny tied to the land of Thylea in some way. And this young man happens to be one such individual." I was instructed by Queen Valus to bring him to Mytros. Well, technically, he was officially he was the one escorting me.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a glare real quick. Be like,
Apologies if this seems like a sudden change. But well, sometimes even I cannot control when or where these visions take place. I hope you welcome him with open arms into your team.
He is definitely welcomed. The squad.
I give him a glare still. That's it.
I ask why nobody else other than the one glaring at me is not intimidated by my looks.
I'm hot, bro. What are you talking about?
I mean, we're all
should-
different, so
should we- yeah, it's like, should we be intimidated? Like, are you trying to do
Well,
something
most people
right
are.
now?
No, it's just most people try to avoid me and don't interact with me due to my uh, unique appearance.
Um, well,
Say
she
no.
looks to her left, she looks to her right, she looks at you, and then she looks at all the other people in the city. No offense, but out of all of us, you look like you blend in the most around here.
I do that intentionally.
You're fine.
Okay. What's it called? At
So
this
are you
point,
gonna be?
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna ask. So are you gonna be joining the games with us then?
I believe it's in my best interests as far as I can tell.
Hell yeah.
Percy looks at you, Derek, and says, "Are you going to be joining the games, my beloved?"
Of course, and I tend to win at least a couple. Not all of them, if it's possible.
Yeah,
Nope.
right.
Wanna win?
You can...
Hey man, you can't keep me down. I can keep going. Come on. 500 years of experience. I got this. Don't
The
worry.
only thing you're winning at is getting last place.
I don't know about you, buddy. Who knows? Maybe you'll trip and fall in the middle of the event. Who knows?
Uh-huh.
Oh, so you actually don't want us to win. You're just entering to sabotage us. Got it.
I'm just saying, if Drag messes with me, maybe something happens to him. Who knows? All for fun, laughs and giggles, guys. Don't worry.
You wish, buddy.
You do understand that the winners do get a prize, right?
Of course,
You should
it's
just
gonna be me.
single-handedly be wanting to win.
Of course,
not
that's why I'm trying to
sabotage
win. If Drag gets a matter for winning, I sabotage him. Easy.
You literally just said that you only wanted to win a couple, you moron.
Well, if I win a couple and it's at least more than half, that means I automatically win, don't I?
Percy does kind of look over at you, Exandri, and says, "Please, I'm certain my beloved has everyone's best interest in mind.
Oh, he
Ah.
definitely does not.
Shh.
He just
I
made."
do.
I would like to I would like to ask Mercy if her marriage was intentional or arranged.
I agree. Was this arranged?
She looks at you when you bring the word marriage, and she says, "Marriage? Oh my. Well, it was, shall we say, the hand of fate guiding us together."
You poor soul.
I don't say a word because I already told everybody else what happened. Except you'll probably tell you in secret.
So, you guys continue on your way up to the Colosseum until eventually you reach the point where the crowds begin to split into the different entrances that go into it. In fact, towards the front of the Colosseum, there is actually a very large, sort of like I guess we can call it a sign, that seems to more or less laid out the rules of the Great Games. Basically, it lays it out as this being a multi-part competition. There's going to be essentially every day for the next couple of days in in Mytros. There's going to be a couple of competitions each day, ultimately culminating in a large great relay race, from which there will be teams make. But overall, the people who score the highest, quote unquote, will be the ones awarded the medal rewards. You do see a nifty little addendum in the rules. There is some form of magical assistance allowed. In the addendum reads basically like each athlete is allowed to have at least one spellcaster partner to effectively improve their ability in the events. However, any other use of magic that isn't used to directly benefit your assigned partner, or otherwise detrimental magic used against the other participants, results in immediate disqualification.
Oof.
So we can't use magic on anybody else but ourselves?
Correct.
Okay.
What's it called? There is multiple events that you all can you can, if you guys want to, you can sign up to all of them or just a couple of them. Obviously, signing up to all of them means that you get a higher chance of of getting enough points to qualify for being, the top ones. What's it called? But you also have a chance of losing and embarrassing yourself from everybody. The sign dictates the various events as follows: jumping, running, javelin throwing, discus throwing, wrestling, boxing, and finally the Great Relay, which happens on the last day of the Great Games. So, as the crowd is being split into the segments that are actually just going to spectate, and the smaller group of athletes as they go through the screening process, I want to know who are the ones that are actually signing up for this.
Me.
I'll go, of course.
All.
Of course.
I need.
I will also be signing up.
Okay.
There's fishing. Is there a fishing one?
There's no fishing one.
Well, what is the
I'm gonna
penalty
be
for
good at it.
cheating?
Immediate disqualification.
EQ.
Good enough.
So here we go. I mean, that is if they catch you cheating.
Oh, if they catch
Ah.
If I whisper, that's if I whisper, like, hey, you suck.
What's it called? You
Word.
do hear a couple of the crowd members, maybe some of the athletes even, just gonna say something like, "Yeah, I heard they have someone from the academy currently overseeing the use of magic in this one. They better have a good eye. Who knows what type of magic tricks could be out there."
I look at the group. Oh, I hope it's Medius.
It's Mateus. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
That would be awesome.
It'd be like, oh, I didn't see nothing. My eye was hurting.
They're clean. They're good.
I mean, if anything, he would be the one that is the most impartial, considering his his school of thought.
He's legit gonna be like, that one's already cheated before Derek starts.
All right, so we
That
have
lies.
Exandri, Drakgar,
Oh, yeah.
Derek, Porunga. You said you're participating, so everybody's participating.
Rawr.
Porunga, Bouxfhades.
You go, ah.
Okay. In that case, you guys sign up with the with the people that are around, the staff, basically the staff crew of the Great Games. They immediately recognize you. Even one of them says, "Oh, you're the. Oh, of course. It's a great honor to have you all here. There is a bit of a screening process for qualifying for the various competitions. But we are willing to make the exception here. We heard of some great exploits, and I believe you more than qualified to join already, should you wish to."
Yes.
Yeah,
I believe we all would like to enter.
Definitely.
Okay. In that case, you guys all sign up, I assume, for all the events.
Mm-hmm.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I need to add something to the queue here. So, you guys all begin to enter through a dark hall. It is a long walk to presumably the inside, center of the Colosseum. You hear the thunderous roar of the crowds as they are all getting psyched up for what they're about to witness.
The Chicago Bulls entrance.
It's a more or less. Well, I'm not sure how all of you are good with pressure, I guess. But if it is the first time that any of you are participating into the Great Games, you may feel some degree of nervousness. You've already known how the people of Mytros are, most of you. They are boisterous, but also they can be quite the hecklers if they wish to. You walk out into the central area as I move you to this next map.
Oh man, I should have asked the new guy if he was related to us, brother.
Oh man.
Wouldn't that
You know,
be
with how big
something?
our family is, it wouldn't surprise me.
I know.
Don't.
Every time we turn the corner in this city, we find another sibling.
True.
I mean,
Give me one moment. I lost the Colosseum map. Sorry. Give me one moment.
isn't your brother a male entertainer? I think that
You
was a
sound
yes.
a little jealous there, Derek.
No, I need to practice my moves. Don't worry. Yeah, I still got hundreds of years to keep practicing.
You see that when you exit out one of the entrances, there's already a seizable crowd gathered around here. You guys are coming in from the bottom part here. You can place yourselves down on the map. Just as a reminder, in order to place yourself down into the map, you go up to the journal, hover over your character, and drag them onto the field and drop them.
Oh boy.
It feels like I'm playing Pokemon Sword again. Rain play that, got it. Would only pay to Gym 2. Feels bad.
Stay out of my way, goat man.
You do notice that somewhere in
Good boy.
the stands, you will see individuals that you know. You see as Alorius, begins to do a quiet cheer for you guys. His voice he doesn't raise his voice too much. You will see as, who else would be on the, on the stands, but also, your dearly beloved lizard. You're not quite sure how they managed to get it.
My wizard.
You're not quite sure how they managed to get it past the the authorities,
Really?
but it's there. What's it called?
Took the whole damn seat row.
Yay! He's in the crowd. It's so cute.
You
He's
would.
just sitting
Why
there
is
like
why is my fiance not with
like
him?
Give me a
human.
second. I'm placing them down one by one. I want to make sure who you're bringing along before I start placing down people.
All of the
What's it
above.
called? You see Sula Nerdagon, son of Theron Nerdagon, and fiance to Exandri in the crowd as well. And strangely enough, you don't see... You see... Well, maybe not strangely enough. To no one's surprise, there is one other person in the stands who is the most loud out of the group that is
My dad
here. That is here to to hype you guys up. You see as Pythor,
He starts already.
Dad!
god of battle, is currently in the stands with what looks like his very own personal sort of like casket of ale, perhaps.
Of course.
there seems to be shouting with a with great joy, actually, as he begins to point at some of you and says, "Hey, you see those? You see those right there? Those are my children and their friends. Keep your eyes on them, for they will be the next great athletes of Mytros."
That's
As
a real one.
as you guys look around, you begin to notice there's already like a group of people, your other contestants in the crowd, well, not in the crowd, in the field with you. Starting from left to right, you see one of them appears to be a half elven individual, a seemingly a bard perhaps, as you see a musical instrument strapped to their back. This one seems to be enjoying the praise of the crowd, raising her arms, looking back at the audience, bowing and the like. In fact, you see a couple of people in the crowd kind of like scream a little bit louder when she turns around, as if she has her own fan club, following her along. The other individual you see further up appears to be a sort of like middle-aged human, seemingly. Perhaps a retired soldier of sorts. He seems to, not quite really be enjoying the crowd as much as the other one. He seems to just kind of do like this hearty chuckle every time he looks at any of the other contestants. The other one up on the left, you notice, is a red Dragonborn. You see he appears to be donning this sort of like monastic robes. Clearly not a local from Mytros. And the crowd demonstrates it by booing him a lot. You hear some people in the crowd kind of shout something like, "Go back to Arisha, you coward!" Some hecklers in the crowd.
Already racism, of course.
But there are some that are like, kind of like perhaps cheering not specifically for him, but at the very least not heckling him. You see another one, seemingly humanoid, but his otherworldly beauty, shall we say, seems to not to betray some form of like Fey ancestry, perhaps. Some form of he might even be a nymph or the son of a nymph. Regardless, there is a large crowd of squealing fangirls on the stands next to around him. He barely pays them any mind. He's like the quote-unquote cool guy who's just like, "I guess you can praise me," type of like attitude seems to display.
Sasuke got it. He's Sasuke.
Yeah, basically, he's kind of like the Sasuke archetype. You see this one does actually seem like another human, a female individual with this armor on her that seems a little bit oversized for her stature. Her equipment looks old, almost as if it was like a hand-me-down, and she's not actually like a soldier. It has this kind of dirty, looking hair with patches of of dirt on her face, as if she just recently had done like maybe sparring with somebody or going through some form of rough physical activity.
She had to go through the intros.
She doesn't seem to have that many people on her side, but you do see a large, not even like a large, large in relative terms, small but in comparison to the crowd, a group of people that kind of bear some resemblance to her, maybe like close families or relatives, seem to kind of like come cheer her on. The other one, who, as far as you can tell, there is nobody really like cheering out for her, at least not in a specific way. There are not really like comments of like, "Oh, you go." Seems to be this really muscular woman. with sort of like tattoos on her face, long sort of like orange hair, who seems to just kind of be giving everybody like a staring daggers at everybody around as if
everybody off.
as if she's like, all of you are my enemies. No, we're not friends. What the fuck are you talking about? She seems to be kind of just like staring down everybody, including you guys as you walk in through the door.
I would like to say, and I tell Drac, hey Drac, looks, she's pretty. Come on.
Oh my god.
Come on, man.
Literally tries to shit me with every female that comes on.
Very strong, independent
He
female.
lives vicariously through other people because he's pussy whipped.
Yeah.
All
What
right.
am I gonna do, buddy? Did you not see the interaction that just happened? Did you
Uh,
not see that? I was literally hugged and couldn't escape.
Mhm.
Just do it, please, for me.
You see another one, perhaps a hobgoblin actually, with kind of like an eye patch, kind of very rugged.
He's gotta die.
What do you say?
I said, oh, he's gotta die.
Kind of like a hobgoblin with this kind of like rugged soldier looking, to look to him. At first, you couldn't quite identify, this one specifically, but you squint and you notice that he's donning this kind of large-looking blue cloak on his body, with the telltale red eye of Sidon on the side. You see that when he raises his arms, you hear like a crowd behind him, comprised of other people donning blue cloaks, just kind of go like, oh, 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 as he raises his arm.
He's a Sidon. Oof.
Oof.
My dagger.
Gaius.
If my dagger ends up on him, then it's an accident, guys. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I give you like a very, very, very dirty glare. We are not killing anyone.
All right, in the locker room, got it.
And,
No,
purpose
never.
anyway.
Nobody sees us. Nobody sees us.
And last but not least, you see this other individual who seems to have equipment very reminiscent of those that you would find on any other soldier from here, Mytros. Except, for the fact that he also seems to have some like a bunch of tattoos around his body. You see what appears to be. He kind of looks youngish, actually. A bit of facial hair, yeah, but he does seem like he's probably also like in his mid-20s. He seems to actually draw a lot of cheering from the crowd, like not like a specific group like all of the other participants before him, but rather like in general, like a lot of the crowd here, mostly locals of Mytros, seem to be cheering for this one. Clearly, the crowd favorite. As everybody steps into the field, there is kind of like this drum noise resounding across the entire place, the entire Colosseum. Doom, 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 and it becomes faster. Doom, 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 doom. Soon enough, as if on beat with the drum, you see a shadow pass by above the Colosseum, and the crowd goes wild. The shadow passes again, and you listen to another cheer from the crowd, and then, as if on beat with the drums, doom, 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 a sound of wings batting through the air, as arriving on the back of Icarus, the silver dragon. You see King Acastus of Mytros show up once again in his clearly a little bit beyond his prime age himself. He kind of seems to have his arms outstretched, basking in the glory of the crowd cheering him on, as he says, "My people, today is the day. The Great Games have begun!" As another crowd of people erupts, you see as he kind of has spurs on Icarus to kind of fly him over to this balcony area. Icarus himself perches up to the side while Acastus just kind of slides down his wings onto his chair, adopting a very sort of like full of himself pose as he sits down. He says, "Today is but the first day of the Great Games. Let's make it a memorable one by starting the same way we always have. Some good ritualistic combat will do. That will get the crowd going. And today, I must thank our dear patrons, those who have made this possible. Without their contributions, we would have never been able to get our hands on some prime material like this." As he seems to gesture over to you guys.
Wait a minute. Where's my money? Wait a minute.
I would like to once again thank one of our many sponsors for this games, our Sir Maximilian, for providing today's entertainment. You see over to the side where he where he gestures, with his with his hands. You see as well, who else but Maximilian the Merciless, the owner of the Minotaur Market. This very rugged, if slightly stout individual. Seems to be currently having the time of his life. Probably the fanciest you've seen him before. What's it called?
Oh yeah, it's fucking made him rich.
He seems to kind of have like this bowl of fruit over to his side where he seems to be picking, grapes and the like, while on the other hand, a cup filled what you can believe to be wine, as he seems to be drinking it down. Maybe making even kind of like this toasting, for a gesture with his arm as he's being signaled by King Acastus. Red Bull presents. Well, speaking of which, you guys will see as Acastus kind of seems to put his arms out and kind of make the crowd kind of quiet down a little bit. He says, "And while the contributions of Sir Maximilian have been great, it would of course have never gotten here without all of you. All of you, my people of this fine city, the city that I love so much. Without all of you, this city will not, well, be. So this goes for all of you. All of you who come from families that have been gone through some times of strife. This combat is not mere blood sport. It is a way for us to remember our past, our present, and the coming future that we will bring to this fine land."
Welcome.
As he gestures to this soldier over on the side of him, you see as they between these two soldiers, they go over to each side of the little podium where Castus is at, and they both kind of like pull on these two levers. You hear as a portcullis begins to be opened, raised on the one of the sides of the Colosseum.
You okay, cat?
You hear Acastus once again say, "Those of you who feel brave enough, step forward and participate on this glorious combat." As you see coming from these shadows, a chained up Minotaur seems to come out from the from the shadows. His shackles falling just as he enters a couple of feet into the arena, falling to the ground. A singular weapon provided to him, a massive great axe to match his size. "Who amongst you will be the ones to bring forth the opening battle for this Great Games, says King Acastus as he gestures to, well, all of the athletes.
Cassie has a question.
Yes.
Did Achilles not make it here?
Achilles.
I think that was his name. I can't remember. Remember when we ran into the one gladiator in town when we were unpetrifying the statues? I don't see him on the map. So did he not make it?
You don't see him. You believe he might not have been part of the... He might not have made it through the screening process.
Gotcha.
Took
Okay.
drugs.
But he
felt
was
drugs.
wearing very similar clothes to the red Dragonborn over here. So perhaps they are from the same land, or even from the same group of individuals that wanted to enter the games.
Alright.
bad.
So, I asked you guys, ask the party. Are you guys going to be taking part in this?
Nope.
No.
I would love to,
Was
but
that Derek? Was that Derek? I give you an air 5 right now.
I said I would love to, but I know Juno's probably watching because he's probably taking his winning chance to murk Xminius right now.
He's just standing right behind him with his.
Yeah,
He's
He's like-
invisible behind
his
Maximilius, ready to stab him.
yeah, for sure. So I'm like, nah, just in case he comes, you be like, you hit him, I'm gonna hit you with the stick, bam, that day.
I step back, refusing to fight.
Wait, is that our
This
is
guy.
that our friend or is that a different one? I'm sorry. Is that our friend that got captured again?
Wait, that's not.
No, that's not Bulldog. You would recognize Bulldog.
I'm like, wait, did he get captured again? God damn it, Bulldog.
If it was Bill Bug, I would step in the ring to fight with Bill.
But like, all right,
Yeah,
it's a
right.
it's a 6v what? Is it 6v what?
Six v 1v1v1v1.
It'll be turned into like a WWE Royal Rumble match.
For real.
I will point out, you did notice that some of the crowd have a very confused look in their face, because Acastus pointed at you as the reason why this is possible. You know, patrons of Mytros.
Look, I didn't sponsor Red Bull. Okay, stop it.
So there's a bit of a look at the crowd. Looks like, wait,
Can I ask?
but I heard.
Can I ask?
But I heard they were
Right,
against them. Well, I mean, just real quick. Yeah, some of the comments that you would hear from the crowd are like, "Wait, but I thought they were against the Minotaur market. Was that a lie? No, my neighbor saw them come out of the Minotaur market with a bunch of Minotaurs in tow. They paraded them around the city, and you hear another one say, "No, those are all lies. We're clearly imposters. Come on, they will never do that." So go ahead.
I'm gonna speak up straight to the king, and I'm be like, "Why are we fighting a Minotaur? We did not sponsor this. We are against harm of the Minotaurs and the Minotaur market itself."
Is that true? According to Sir Maximilian, part of his latest source of income came from all of you.
That is true.
It's her, not me. We're talking about.
That was so we could set them free. They are not enslaved. They do not work for us. They are free. We couldn't get Maximilian to let them go. So instead, we purchased them and took them outside, handed them food, clothing, weapons, maps, wares, and set them free to live their life to their fullest. We do not condone or appreciate the fighting of Minotaurs, nor will we ever. We tried to buy the market itself from Maximilius, but he wouldn't budge.
You hear the individual, this one over here on the side, say, "I'm afraid you misunderstood how the Minotaur market works." You then hear the middle-aged soldier over there on the side. I say, "Yeah, sorry to break it to you, kid, but giving money to somebody won't actually stop them from doing the thing that you're giving money them for them.
Yes,
If
we
anything-
are aware of that.
If anything, you incentivize this."
East. I didn't say anything.
What's it called? As this, as you're saying this comments of like, "We refuse to fight this Minotaur." Acastus will say, "Well, it is a shame, but someone will have to. After all, We can't very well bring all these people here and not give them what they want. Is that right? As he kind of gestures at the crowd. You do hear people cheering for him. He still commands quite a presence here.
Wait a minute,
I
guy.
I sent a message over to my brother, and I'd be like, "Was there anything in the rules stating that we couldn't fight on the side of the Minotaur and fight everybody else?"
I didn't hear anything about that, but I'd be totally down to.
That was
I'm gonna
Derek's
go.
idea.
I'm gonna go. Aw, fuck, man. Message to Puruga. Puruga, if we fight instead of the Minotaur, are you down?
It's gonna be a 6v5, 6v8 anyway.
I am totally down for this.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Constance, may I
I
ask
would-
something?
It-
What
it's the
if-
world.
What if they fight us instead?
Wait, hold on. You put a pin on that. I think Belle was about to say something as well.
Oh, I was just saying, as I was not part of that storyline, I just kind of look toward the rest of the party and wonder what's going on, and just trying to determine whether I should follow them or sit back.
Yeah, you're right. Technically, he wasn't part of the original oath, so he wasn't really a part of us the first time. Yeah, he can do that.
He's also probably confused because he knows the world
Because-
hates Minotaurs, but we're like, no, save the Minotaurs!
Well, but also I'm looking at the odds of a potential 5v8, and not liking it.
Acastus and the rest of the athletes look confused. Even the Minotaur looks confused.
5v9.
Acastus kind of stroking his beard says, I'm afraid we've long since left behind the potential blood sport for between athletes. It is not something that should be done. I'm afraid.
Oh, we're screwed. Oh well. Alright.
The other athletes
We
are
need to-
looking at each other like, okay, so are we fighting? Are we not fighting this Minotaur? Like, what's happening here? They're looking pretty confused. You know.
Hold on. Let me get
Unless, of course, you perhaps have an alternative to all of this. Seeing as you saw it fit to voice your opinion here, certainly you must have already thought of some other way to resolve and entertain the masses.
Not fighting and harming a Minotaur, sure. It's been one of our goals to just make sure that they're set free, get to live the best life they can.
You've said that already. I'm afraid
I-
there's been a bit of a miscommunication here, he says, and a good segment of the crowd kind of laughs with him.
Wow, you're making fun of yourself.
But you've certainly thought of an alternative in that case.
I asked the party how they feel about gambling.
Oh, what do you mean I won more than you, buddy? Sorry, 500 years of experience.
Mm-hmm.
Cassie doesn't know anything about this arena. Brother, quick message. Brother, do you know anything about, like, an alternative to the situation right now?
Well,
But we-
it's either they let us fight them or the Minotaur to go, and it doesn't sound like they want to fight us, so we might need to let the Minotaur, you know.
Unfortunately, Kate, this is, as you could tell, your tournaments. What did you guys do in the past
Well,
besides fight
make-
Minotaurs?
Make no mistake, this is not my tournament. This is the tournament of the people. For the people. And by them as well. I suppose you could thank the Order of Siren for giving us this idea in order to make this the opening ceremony.
Derek gets mad. You hear lightning. You hear lightning a little bit. He's thunderclap a little bit.
Ooh.
Very angry. He says that word.
And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
must
What?
say, and I must
Is
say, go ahead.
Is this fight? It's not a fight to the death, correct?
Well, obviously, there would be some danger involved, as you can tell.
Of course.
As you can tell, it is only so many safety nets one can have in the heat of battle.
If something happens to somebody, oopsies. Lisa said. I'm just saying is if my
At this
knife
point,
wasn't a
At this point, there's been quite a bit of inaction, so the crowd begins to kind of like be like, "Hey, what the fuck? Hey, what's happening?" You know, kind of, just getting a little bit rowdy. You hear Pythor on the back say, "Hey, quiet, quiet." He tries to kind of like point at
I love my dad, man.
individuals.
He's a goat.
jumps
certain
in here, fuck
individuals.
you, kick your
He
ass.
seems to be pointing at certain individuals, you know, but obviously even him can't contain this large amount of of people.
Are you sure? I think he can, to be honest. I think he can. He just the god.
Are
he
the
can
are the
do it.
are the other fighters ready to engage the Minotaur,
They
or
seem
is
to
it
be-
just us?
They seem to be indifferent at the moment. Like gauging his reactions individually. The bard, the female bard over there, seems to just kind of stand by. She seems to be actively looking for a way to make this like an interesting situation. The veteran, the middle-aged veteran, seems to be kind of just like indifferent about the situation. The monk Dragonborn is kind of like seems to be very calm. You can actually read him as far as like a reaction goes. Seems to have purposely just kind of have like a perpetual poker face. Unless you wish to make me an insight check.
I want to do an insight check.
Yeah.
Which one's the one that has is like followed by a little bit of the order sign? Is it Jorge?
Georges. That's how it's pronounced. Apparently.
Oh, let's go.
According
Do
to
all of us do that, or
Double
just
nat
Dragonlords?
twenty.
anybody who
Dragonborn.
wishes to discern the reaction from that one Dragonborn.
Damn,
inside.
double that 20, bro. Jesus,
Jorge. I come
So-
Jorge.
you just wasted your nut 20.
I
Ah, nice
know.
job. You roll 2, 3, 7, 2, 1, 1. Nice job.
So
Good. Oh,
so what's it called? The Dragonborn seems to, though calm and serene at the moment, he seems to be purposely, kind of stand in such a way and with such posture that he has kind of his hands behind his back, as if he just doesn't want any part of this. You already know, of course, that this one is from the land of Orisha, which is a distant city from Mytros. So they may not have the same customs as they do over here. So he seems to be wanting no part in this particular aspect of Mytrosian culture. That's what you guys will be able to discern with those rolls. The nymph individual, the one that has like the crowd of fangirls behind him, he
Like
is doing exactly what you would expect him to do. He has his arms crossed, looking at the situation with a disinterested look, and just kind of seems to be waiting for somebody else to do the first move. The sort of like farm girl with armor over there on the side seems to be just also kind of like standing in the ready. She does have like a shield already in hand, but she already had that when walking in. But she seems to be kind of like looking at the side as if this is like a Mexican standoff, kind of like eyeing everybody, trying to see what's happening. The Amazonian woman seems to just kind of be cracking her knuckles, stretching, just kind of saying, almost as if with body language alone, saying, well, I'm gonna fight someone today. You know, like almost she doesn't really care if that's the Minotaur or somebody else. The Hobgoblin, the one of the other Siren, seems to just kind of be looking sort of like ready to go. He's actually like seems to be kind of ready to go. Maybe there is no visible emotion on his face, but it's more like akin to, well, this is my duty. You know, I have to do this if my order demanded this event to take place.
I ordered them to kill you.
And the last one, the sort of like crowd favorite, local from Mytros, seems to kind of be just also having a similar reaction to the farm girl, as if he is ready to go, but like he hasn't made the first move yet.
I'll say, hey, Costas, what if we fight you instead? Surely that would be entertaining.
He kind of laughs as the rest of the crowd also. Part of the crowd does laugh with him. The other part seem to sort of like think that challenge through a little bit.
That could work.
And Acastus says, I'm afraid that would be unbecoming of a king like me. I cannot possibly participate in the games that are taking place in my city when I am supposed to be the impartial, arbiter of all these games. Though, I applaud you for your effort, and everybody else should, of course, as he begins to kind of clap, and you hear, like, the crowd clap with him as well.
What, are you scared, Spider?
I need you to make me... And I need to make me a general charisma check.
My character's losing her shit right now.
Yeah, issue. You rolled your nat 20 already. You roll 1.
Or does that have to be charisma?
Nat 20, nat 20, nat 20.
Charisma. It's charisma.
Motherfucker.
Wow.
Your voice,
The second one.
your voice is being drowned out by the rest of the crowd. It seems they didn't hear either they didn't hear or they didn't pay attention to the part of you saying, "Are you scared?"
God, Drakgar never learns.
What if somebody comes out of retirement? Somebody who's won these games many of times in the past who actually no, because he's the one who provided the Minotaur. Maximilius.
Ooh.
Cassus looks over at Maximilian. Maximilian, mid-drink, just kind of looks over at you guys and says, "What? Me?" Cassus says, "Sir Maximilian, I believe is but a guest, a viewer in this event. But of course, if he wishes to participate, then, well, he shall. Of course, if that's alright with you, Mr. Maximilian." Maximilian kinda looks over and says, "Well, I mean, if you want something done, you do it yourself, right?" He looks over at one of the soldiers that is over by some of the segments of the Coliseum and says, "You, fetch me some gear, decent quality." The soldier runs off as Maximilian kind of looks over down to the Coliseum, more or less gauges the distance, and you see him kind of do this kind of like motion with his arm as he seems to do what I can only describe as free climbing, where with his own hands he holds onto segments of the wall and kind of eventually slides down to the bottom of the floor. Acastus says, "In that case, there's been a change of plans, my people. Mr. Maximilian will help us provide today's opening act. The battle against this fierce Minotaur." Healing potions are 2d4s. 2d4 plus 2.
Fine. You read roll at least. That's
After a couple of seconds of Maximilian making it down here, you see the soldier come by and throws him like a set of armor and a set of weapons. This will do. Any of you other pansies out there want to join in? No? Well.
Wait, was he talking to the crowd?
He was talking to the athletes, to all of you.
Oh.
Start
Is
walking
it
forward.
talking to us
I
too?
thought he was looking to the crowd like, any of you commoners want to fight me? I was like, what?
All right, it's. I want to see the new kid fight. Let me see the new kid fight.
Uh,
I was waiting, engaging Drakgar's response before I decided to do anything, and since he's decided to step forward, I will join him.
so Maximilian turns his attentions to the Minotaur in front of him, who kind of flares up the nostrils, drawing a great axe. Maximilian does the "Are you not entertained?" kind of pose of arms outstretched. You can tell this guy. This guy knows how to rile up the the crowd.
Javelin of lightning stops when it hits someone, right? It doesn't go through them.
I
Making
mean,
sure.
it
I'm not saying
depends
I'm
on
using it
depends
now,
on
but
your
I'm
target.
just making
Depends on your target.
Okay.
She's gonna keep going around the entire world until it comes
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. It's like that one. It's like that.
Actually-
It's like what's his face's. What's that from?
It also has
Guardians
a
of the Galaxy.
maximum distance.
Founders.
It has a maximum distance of 120 feet, so it has a limit to where it stops. I actually need to do something with Maximilian's sheet.
I need to use the restroom. I'm
Fly
sorry.
out.
It's not him, she'll take the distance.
He has 500 HP. Got it.
Oof, that was bad. You see as the some of the other athletes actually seem to start taking steps forward to over to Maximilian. You hear the Amazonian say something like, "Well, when in a story, I suppose." She kind of steps forward, also facing towards the Minotaur. The middle-aged veteran seems to just kind of shrug and say, "All right, let's just get this over with so we can get to the actual main event, shall we?"
You know.
Wait, so they're on his side?
I mean, you called for Maximilian to step to the field. You never specified you wanted to fight him. He is calling people to his side to fight the Minotaur.
Drac, wow,
Oh, they're
you're gonna kill
fighting
the
the
Minotaur.
Minotaur?
Wow, wow, Drac, wow, he's gonna kill the Minotaur.
Way to go.
Wow, wow, Drac, wow, I knew it. You had a little Derek inside you the whole time.
Sorry, I really had.
Wait, I thought we were fighting Maximilian, weren't we?
Nope,
Oh, or
nope,
we didn't. No, we
no.
didn't say that.
You didn't
Didn't
say
say
I
that.
challenged Maximilian. You said what about Maximilian? And
Or no, right, yeah.
the
Wow.
king interpreted that as like, "Oh, is he not participating in the games? Then well, all right."
Oh, I meant fight Maximilian because he was asking for a
Replacement because he was too chicken to fight us.
replacement.
I mean, well, you guys didn't specify that.
Oh.
Well, Drac's gonna kill a Minotaur. Wow, he knew.
No,
knew
I
it
ain't
the whole
killing the
time.
Minotaur.
I'm not either.
Well, why'd you step up then?
Because I thought we were fighting Maximilian.
No, you're a bad guy. See, I knew he was a bad guy the whole time.
What?
That's a bad guy the whole time.
Oh no. Relocate over
Maximilian
here,
looks
'cause
at
this
you.
guy's
Maximilian,
freaking me out.
Maximilian looks at you, Drakgar, stepping up and says, "Oh, are you also joining this?" Well, I suppose. Now, he
Aren't-
kind of turns over to the Minotaur.
I throw my.
Can I fly over and land next to the Minotaur like I'm gonna fight on behalf of the Minotaur with him?
Gonna die.
What's it called? I mean, you can. Is that what you do?
You're gonna die.
Are we, so are we
That's
fighting? Are we? We're agreeing to fight Maximilian though?
I mean, you guys are, but you never spoke that out loud to the rest of the other characters. Like, you guys only,
Drakgar
you only
back in.
called out Maximilian, but didn't specify for what.
I'll sit over here in the side. I'll play some music. Don't worry, guys.
So Alexander, you fly over. The Minotaur for a moment seems to see your
Mhm.
approach and kind of reels back the axe to kind of swing on you. But you kind of land over to the side. I mean, well, are you land to the side or are you landing in between the Minotaur and the rest of the athletes?
I'm a paper. I land right next to him, like I'm gonna fight along.
You hear the crowd kind of what the fuck? What are you doing? What's this? As King Arcastus kind of leans
Two
over
over
the
two.
balcony and says, I'm afraid you misunderstood the nature of this event.
I'm afraid you misunderstood the nature of me offering Maximilius as on behalf of the Minotaur.
Wait. You're not suggesting that you are to fight Sir Maximilian. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
You do know
Correct,
that
I
we
think
have, I've already spoken out loud about the possible nature of blood sporting in this Colosseum.
Yes, you have.
It doesn't have to be to the death.
The other individuals kind of the other athletes look at each other. Wait just a moment, says Acastus as he turns around and you see a couple of his advisors kind of go and whisper stuff to him. This lasts for a couple of seconds. The crowd begins to get a little bit more rowdy at this point. Eventually, the advisors step away, and Acastus turns his attention back to all of you and says, "My people, today has been a rough start to the event. It seems that we live in an age where those who claim the title of heroes think themselves in a position to change the laws and rules of our city. For now, we shall avoid a form of repercussion as per the laws of our city for this public disturbance that these individuals have caused. I am, after all, a merciful king. And as a show of good faith for those who have been gaining such attraction amongst my people, and who will one day depart to lands of unknown for, well, who knows how long. We have decided to make a slight change in the programming of this event. It seems that they seek to challenge Sir Maximilian. And, well, Sir Maximilian being a long-lasting champion of the Great Games, well, do you accept? He looks over Maximilian, he looks over you guys and says, on one condition. This be a one-on-one fight.
Well, it's gonna be a one-on-one fight. That's been me doing the fighting.
You hear at the
The guy
Porunga,
with no health.
at the back of your head, you hear Esther Arcalander say, "Ah, the Great Games. It seems my descendant is trying to keep up the flame of this. You know, if you let me, give me the reins, so to speak, for a moment here. I can probably get at this Maximilian fellow out of our hair." What do you say, partner?
Did Esther just say you have no balls?
No, Estor is telling Porunga, "Hey, let me take over for a bit, and I'll make sure to get rid of Maximilian."
Exactly.
I'm gonna say to him, "No, me and my friends can handle this ourselves."
You heard
I
the
know
man.
pretty
He
good.
wants a one-on-one, a mano a mano. You can't join. Unless you tell your friend to step down, and you take over.
Nah, I think Drakgar has this.
Look at him. he got the part of his life force sapped away by a couple of nameless specters. You think he's in any position to fight?
Part of me wants this to happen. I'm not even gonna lie. This is out of game.
And I'm wondering why the white dragon man is talking to himself and asking him why I can't be a replacement for Drakgar since he's injured.
Ooh. First D&D game ever gets the first fight of the game. Half tempted.
So, Acastus says, I will ask you, who will be the one to challenge Sir Maximilian? The crowd is waiting.
I'll step up if Drakgar won't.
Yeah, let's
You
let
want
the
to do
dude
it?
get to it. Yeah, it's his
All
first
right,
game
all
as
right.
well.
I mean, you're already injured. There's no point in you.
How much healthy? I think I'm more healthier than you.
Yeah, but we don't know what he does. So it'd be
Yeah,
a good
I mean-
intro to see what he does.
All right, new guy wants to go. Let's let the new guy go.
All right, Bofax. Consider this your official dog.
Maximilian turns around to look at you, Bouxfhades, and says, who the hell are you?
Your worst nightmare.
I don't even know who you are.
I'll give him 2 thumbs up.
King Acastus just kind of does this gesture to the rest of the soldiers that are around, and they seem to go in and begin to put the shackles on the Minotaur once again, and begin to drag him back into the walls of the arena. The Minotaur just kind of takes like one last look over his shoulder to all of you before they're taken away. What's it called? You see as the other athletes who had stepped up kind of step back into their original positions, or at the very least to give y'all some space. Bouxfhades, you see, or rather hear, this one, the middle-aged dude, he kind of leans over closer to you, puts like a hand on his shoulder, he's passing you by, to get into his position, and says, just a little bit of advice, kid. Maximilian, he got that nickname for a reason. And he kind of taps on your shoulder. They call him the Merciless. You'll find out why. King Acastus kind of does like this gesture with his arms and says, though delayed quite a bit, my people, today we see a return of something that I sadly believe will break my dear wife's heart. To see 2 individuals of great renown fight each other, harm each other. It breaks my heart seeing that, truly it does. But let's hope this is enough excitement to get this started. He looks all down at you guys and says, and now, begin! As I'm gonna need you to roll me initiative, Bouxfhades.
You got this.
I
What
think
else
that-
are cheering in the
I
background?
think it's this button. Is that the right?
Yes, you just didn't collect your token before rolling it.
Oh shoot.
I mean, you
what?
get 9.1. So, Acastus will say, and in following the in accordance to the sires of the challenged one, there shall be a one-on-one. No outside interference allowed. We have our expert over on the side in order to make sure of that. As he gestures over at the one end of the Colosseum, you guys will see over here.
Let's go.
You see next to Matthew. Well, Matthews is currently writing stuff down, perhaps taking notes. You did hear that he was a scribe for someone in Mytros before going out to become an adventurer. You see next to him is an older gentleman who seems to have like this a very fancy, extravagant robes on him. he seems to be using this sort of like tweaked out modified monocle that has multiple sort of like zoom in effects. The monocle seems to shine a blue light as if he's already sort of like activating some form of spell. Or you guys, actually I believe you Exandri would recognize this. That's the telltale sign of somebody casting detect magic. Just to make sure nothing shifty happens here. I forgot to roll for what's his face, for Maximilian.
That's okay. He gets a nut one.
Uh-oh.
He did not get another one. So let's get some combat music started. Actually, we're a little bit to the halfway point of the session already. So let's take a quick 5-minute break, and when we come back, the fight between Bouxfhades and Maximilian the Merciless continues.
Maybe I shouldn't have fought him. I could have taken him out from the sky.
You got this,
I
bro.
I could have taken him on.
Alright, so we'll pause the recording here for a moment. Alright, we're back. Well, there isn't really much more to say here, is there? Two men enter, only one man leaves. Let's see how you can. Let's see if you can stand up against. Against Maximilian the Merciless, Bouxfhades. Otherwise, this will be kind of embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find some good music for this. Not quite what I was looking for. Let's try this instead. Hold on, I'm trying to look for like an appropriate music here.
This is one called
Here we go.
I Get Slaughtered.
Better. Alright. So, the crowd erupts in a great cheer as Akasta signals the beginning of combat. Right away, for this, you draw your weapon, and Maximilian kind of seems to rush in, despite his age and supposedly being retired, from the Great Games. What's it called? He seems to have a very quick reaction time, as he seems to make the first move before you. You see as he kind of rushes in from below to kind of like uppercut you with his shield. In fact, I'm gonna put it on the chat just right now. He gets 3 attacks.
Oh.
So first of all, it's going to be a shield bash on you. 16 does not hit.
Oh, damn.
Kind of. I don't. At least I don't believe it does. Are you? Does it hit?
Look at your armor class. It's at the top middle.
No, it doesn't. If it's lower, I'm 18
Oh
armor
wait.
class.
Actually, hold on. Important distinction. Are you using your sword and shield, or using your greatsword?
I'm using my greatsword.
Okay. In that case, you don't benefit from that extra +2 from the shield. Therefore,
Oh, okay.
therefore, a 16 will hit.
Okay.
Right, you feel your head being knocked back, by the strike of the shield. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need you to make me strength saving throw.
That's where I think strength, right?
No, you right above where all your skills are, like athletics, acrobatics, all of that. Above, those are your saving throws. The ones that have like little blue check marks next to them. If you can, click on the one that says strength. Not on checkmark, but on the word strength.
Oh, let's go. Makes it.
Oof. Alright, you make it. You are not knocked prone. You do still take the 10 points of bludgeoning damage as Maximilian just knocks your head over to the side, but you immediately recover, not quite, falling prone. You then see as he, knowing that that was kind of like your, you're not gonna be easy to knock down, he seems to follow that up by attacking with a spear. He says, "Well, at the very least you didn't went down in one single hit. Color me impressed." As he makes 2 quick thrusts with his spear. Both hitting as well.
Gosh.
Ouch.
For 21 points of piercing damage in total. As he is quick but really strong stabs with the spear kind of seem to take up, pierce some wounds on the sides of your body.
Oh.
Say that one more time.
That is it for Maximilian's turn. Bouxfhades.
Okay.
You got this.
Derek,
I'm
Derek in the
gonna
back said,
do
"Hey,
it.
go, bro. You go first, bro. I got you after that."
Don't use
I guess I will go ahead and swing back first before doing anything else.
Alright. So go. What is that you're doing?
Oh boy.
That's one swing and a miss as Maximilian deflects your greatsword with his shield. Yeah, be careful whenever you use Great Weapon Master version, because that gives you the less to hit.
Oh, that's my bad.
But
I'm
if
into
you
it.
have-
So
you
it's,
have-
you
it's all
have-
good. It's all good.
You have
We'll let it go.
You have another greatsword swing as part of your attack action, because you have an extra attack, so you can take another
Right.
swing if you wish.
Oh.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
gosh.
Yikers. Yikers.
Yeah, no. The second one, you see as when you try to use the momentum to swing from the other side with your greatsword, you see as Maximilian catches that sort of like telegraph strike and uses his spear to kind of lock down your sword arm onto the ground. He doesn't remove your weapon from your hand, but for a moment was very close to, as he just kind of seems to strike with one of the shaft of the spear towards your other exposed arm. But right before he's able to sort of like retaliate from that, you pull back the attack, and well, I will remind you, you still have your bonus action, and your you have your bonus action. What do you do with that?
Can I use action surge?
Action Surge does not require a bonus action. Action Surge is a free action that you just call on your turn.
Then I'm going to use my
so
action surge.
So it'll take away that use of your action surge for this short rest. Until the next short rest, my bad.
Okay.
And now that means you gain an extra action during your turn. What that means is that you can once again try to attack twice, or attempt to do something else with that action.
No balls.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna use. Can I use the health potion?
Health potions are bonus actions.
Oh, so I can do that later then after the action surge.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, then I'm gonna attack you twice again.
Your chug.
Okay, go ahead.
Finally,
That
that's
hits.
good.
Hey, let's go.
Roll me damage.
Yeah.
Do you remember how to roll damage? That
Click
hits
the
as
great
well.
axe button.
Wait, what?
Do you remember how
Click
to roll damage?
No, it's
Click the great X button on the right
Great
below the
sword.
26.
Highlighted purple thing.
Yeah, the
On
highlighted
your-
purple thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
11. And what's the
That's
next one?
11.
Yeah.
10.
Nice. 21.
You
Oh.
rolled a 1 on 2 of those. Because of your fighting style, you can re-roll those 2d6s.
Which is the purple button again?
No, you on the
You're gonna
sidebar.
try.
On the sidebar, there's an individual dice roller that you can use.
It looks like triangles.
Oh, okay. Is it the D8?
6.
6. Got it.
You said twice, right?
Oh, let's go.
Twice?
Yeah, because you got 2 ones.
Go. Hey, nice, pretty good.
Nice.
All right.
32.
So in that case, instead of that being 21, let's see. That's 6. No. Yeah, 16 on the first one, and then that is 14 on the second one. Oof. Maximilian looks like he takes some damage, so retaliating from your previous failed onslaught of attacks, you readjust your positioning, bring up your greatsword over to the side, and instead of going for like this telegraph or like side like upwards downward swings, you instead try to go for the potential blind spots on the side of his stance. You do this sort of like double like slash to the left, to the right, against Maximilian. The way his arm was angled, he couldn't really quite retaliate, with like parry your attack in enough time as your greatsword strikes at him directly. He kind of turns to the side and spits out blood. All right, maybe you're better than I thought. Anything else before these?
Yeah, I'm going to use my bonus action to use a healing potion.
I will remind you, you also have your second wind.
Oh, I didn't realize I could use that as well as the action surge in one turn.
You can, because
Okay.
second wind is bonus action.
Yes.
Oh,
very
okay. Then I will use my second wind instead.
Okay. Second wind heals you for an amount equal to 1d10 plus your fighter level. So, this will be 1d10 plus 6.
Okay.
So,
Morty has guaranteed
for
passive.
another 6, so 12. You gain back 12 hit points.
What did you say?
You gain 12. Just click your name, and then there's like a green button. Just click plus 12, and it'll automatically on the green circle.
And then you drink your
There you go.
chug jug, and you'll be fine.
So I can still use a potion then?
Yeah, it could still bonus action.
No, yeah, you can't use a potion because you would
Yeah,
use
because
your
the side
bonus
use
action.
second wind.
Yeah.
Y'all are confusing me. Come on
Yeah.
now.
No, you're good. You're good.
All
It's
right.
okay, you're learning faster than Pumo.
Josh!
That is, I believe, your turn. There's no real reason to move
Yeah.
during this combat encounter because it's us. It's just a one-on-one, man on man.
Oh no.
Can Derek in the background say, "Hey, that's pretty good, bro," and then I like secret-handedly give him bardic inspiration secretly.
Technically, bardic inspiration isn't magic.
Oh.
You got this, bro. And then like, he's like, his hands feel
I
like,
mean-
you know what? I got this.
Wait, can I still use this? Can I use the superiority dice, or does that not? Because I have
Yeah,
commanding
you need
presence.
to call us when you're doing whatever it is that those things
Oh,
your maneuvers.
well, never
apply to.
mind.
Next turn. Hey, next turn.
Commanding presence only helps intimidation and persuasion, so never mind.
Like, because again, this is your first time playing. What maneuver do you have that you believe would have helped in any of those attacks that you just did?
Well, after that attack, I would have liked to use trip attack.
Okay. Could you put trip attack on the chat? So the way you put it into the chat is when you hover over the feature on your sheet.
Mm-hmm.
There will be like the symbol of like a speech bubble next to the title. If you click the speech bubble, it'll put it into the chat so that other people can see the feature.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. In that case, well, first of all, it is added to the superiority die is added to the damage roll. So take off one of the superiority dice and roll me a d8, which I believe that's the die that this maneuver is.
This boy, you got this. You got this. Come on.
Oh no!
An extra 1 point of damage. Now, mind you, just for future reference, and a bit of a pro tip, quote unquote. Trip attack knocks a creature prone. When a creature falls prone, it makes it so that melee attacks on them now have advantage, meaning that we would be using the bigger number, I guess, from whichever is rolled in the attack. You notice how it's rolled, on each side, like a 22, 25, 26, 10.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, sometimes in combat, there's such thing as advantage and disadvantage. Disadvantage means that we roll those two die and we'll use the lowest number, whereas advantage is we roll those two dice and we use the bigger number.
Okay.
So, for future reference, if you're trying to benefit from this trip attack, like you specifically, I would recommend doing this on your first attack that lands.
Got it.
If not, then you're just knocking the enemy prone. Well, in this particular situation, because it's only you and him, it is more beneficial for you to try to knock him prone on your first attack, so that your second one may benefit from advantage.
Got it. Okay.
If we, obviously, if this was a bigger command counter with your teammates and all, it doesn't really matter where you put the trip attack, because somebody else may be able to benefit from the advantage.
Okay, got it.
So, he still takes the extra 1 point of damage, and he has to make a strength save. Not that it would matter too much in this particular situation, but yeah, no. Maximilian cannot be knocked prone. It is his turn again. He's going to attempt to shield bash you one more time. 15 misses.
Damn.
So attempt to shield bash you again. 18 does hit, however. So he is going to deal 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and I'm gonna need me to make me a strength save again.
He used Bardic Inspiration if he fails this. Right?
You
Oh, never
fail.
mind. No,
You fail, but there's a chance you can succeed with the Bardic Inspiration that's provided to you by Derek.
roll an 8.
You basically Bardic Inspiration is an additional die that you can add to a saving throw or an attack roll. In this particular case, you can choose to expend that Bardic Inspiration to add it to your attack roll.
Yeah, let's do that.
Not attack roll, my bad. Your saving throw.
My saving throw.
Mind you, you would need at least a 7 or an 8 in a d8, meaning that's a very low probability of success, but there is a chance of success.
1 out of 4. 1 out of 4
Can
chance.
I save that? Can I save his barbaric inspiration for my attack turn?
Bardic,
Yeah.
not barbaric, but yeah.
Same thing.
But,
Same thing. Don't worry, it's the same thing.
Not
but
really close.
I mean, if you choose to save it, that means
Put it-
that you will fall prone here. As Maximilian, if you ever seen that that video of the guy with the knight armor saying, "Tell me how that grass tastes, little man," and just knock somebody over with a shield. Yeah, that's basically this.
Got it.
Just pushed on the floor. That's funny.
Then yeah, I guess we'll go for it. We'll try it now because that seems like a really bad choice to not have that.
1 out of 8 chance. Come on. 1 out of 4 chance. Come on. 1/4. Roll up.
go.
Oh my god! Oh, that's so
close.
sad. Oh, that's so sad.
So sadly,
Close.
you fall prone, and Maximilian.
I forgot to take my damage.
Maximilian is going to capitalize on this by now, with advantage, striking you with his spear.
We're stabbed in the stomach.
Oh,
Failed.
he fucking misses.
Bro, you're so like, holy shit.
You fucking missed.
Sweating over
I'll just
here.
Yell at him, bro. How'd you miss that?
How do you miss? How do you miss that, bro? What the fuck?
I'm lying on the ground, bro. How'd
So-
you miss?
So what happens is that you guys see as Maximilian, who is a tactician, quote unquote, wants to gain the upper hand in the fight. So his aim right now is to, at the very least, is to keep Bouxfhades on the ground as long as possible. So the
Wow.
first two strikes, he for a moment stops using the shield as a shield and uses it more like a punching gauntlet almost. Where he kind of aims low for the legs, to kind of just try to knock you off balance as a second strike, landing a hit and actually knocking you off balance. And right as he's about to kind of capitalize on that and like slam down the spear on you,
Trip.
you manage to just kind of, at the very last moment, put your greatsword in between his spear and yourself and just kind of make it slide off to the side. That is Maximilian's turn. Bouxfhades,
While I'm on the ground, can I like throw dirt at his face to blind him?
The
I mean-
action. You can't do that though.
Is that an action?
you could attempt to. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Because you're not
Am
proficient.
I still on the ground though, or am I back up on my feet when it's my turn?
No, you're still on the ground until you use half your overall movement to stand back up.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
again, this doesn't matter too much in this one-on-one fight, but if you were to attempt to get up like in a regular encounter, out of your 30 movement speed, you would use up 15, meaning that you would only be able to move an additional 15 foot on your turn.
Okay.
What's it called? Speaking regarding the throwing sand, so there is such a thing as improvised weapon combat. You are not proficient in improvised weapon combat unless you took the Tavern Brawler feat or otherwise somehow learned the proficiency.
Got it. Okay.
Meaning that while you can attempt to throw dirt at him to blind him, you wouldn't. Well, not only that, if you attack from prone, that would be a disadvantage, and also you wouldn't benefit from your proficiency bonus, meaning that it would only use your strength to
Got it.
be able
Okay.
to do that.
Cool. Then I'm going to use, I guess, my movement and stand back up
Okay.
on my feet.
It's 15. You have.
And then we're going to just go for another attack again. Let me see. Make sure I click the right one this time.
Nice.
Yes.
All that damage.
Okay. Yeah, that hits.
And
roll, me
then-
roll me damage.
And then now... Oh, so what?
No, yeah,
Roll
that hits. You can roll damage, but you were saying you were gonna add something to it.
Yeah, I want to use another one of my superiority dice and now try to knock him to the ground with
Okay.
trip attack.
Okay.
Job.
So Maximilian will make a strength save. 16. Let me double check how the maneuver specifically works. Bouxfhades, where is your maneuvers? Uses 8 plus proficiency bonus plus your strength or dex modifier. So in this case would be
Sure. Strength, because my dex is worse.
in
Horrid.
this case your DC would be 15.
So
he makes it.
okay.
That's still you still add the die to the damage though, so you can roll me damage plus the additional D8.
Okay. Push I hit the purple button and then D8.
I mean, yeah, you just if you click the greatsword name in the chat, Greatsword Plus 1
Yeah.
in the chat, it'll draw all the damage, and then you can roll me the D8 separately, and also re-roll me that D6, so that because you rolled a 1 on one of those damage die.
Okay.
Damn.
One.
Golly.
Okay, well, never mind. It uses the same roll anyway. So that's 12 points of damage on the first one.
Okay, and my second hit.
Go ahead.
Let's go, bro. Let's go. Come on. Hits. Take it.
18. Give me a moment. Oof. Okay, so here's what happens though, because that was an 18. You see as on that second strike, what could have looked like a sure hit on Maximilian. You see as at the last moment, he kind of reacts and rather than parrying your greatsword, more like punches the pommel of, or rather, like bumps the pommel of your greatsword to knock you off balance, as he's gonna use his reaction to parry, adding +3 to his AC, making that a miss.
Mm.
Okay.
Big cat.
All right.
That's your
The
action.
cat's not amused.
Yeah.
Drink your chug jug.
Well,
Yeah. I'm gonna
well,
take. I'm gonna take a health potion.
Before you do that, I will say, are you just reminding you the context on which this is taking place in. You're fighting the man in a honorable 1v1.
Man,
I'm a designated loser.
You're fighting the man in the honorable 1v1. Are you gonna pull out the Estus flask and heal in the
But take a
Well,
swig
when you
real
put
quick.
it that way,
So let me take a swig real quick.
I mean,
I'm ready
I'm
to go.
asking you, but
You,
it's
like,
up.
tuck it to
I'm
the
asking
ground?
you. I'm asking you, but it's up to you, for you, the player, and how you believe the character Bouxfhades would react in this situation.
let me look at my background again.
I mean, well, forget it. Forget your background for a moment. Just how do you believe your character would act in this fight?
Well, considering I want people to be able to rely on me, I feel like I should do whatever it takes to win,
Okay. In that case, if you
regardless of my honor, which is already decimated at this point through my life. So,
Derek's like, don't worry. Not alone.
okay,
so as long as it's allowed within the realm of our 1v1, I will drink a health potion.
so you reach into your pocket, not pocket, but like the side, and pull out the health potion, and you chug it, and you do hear people from the crowd like, "Oh, what was that? What just happened there?" And Maximilian looks at you. Maximilian looks at you both for this and says, "Well, guess I can't really blame you for doing that. Go ahead, drink it. You'll need it."
Okay.
So you need a quick swig.
I tell him that I don't need his pity, but I appreciate his honor, I guess.
Was it 1d6 or 2d6 or whatever it was?
I'm on the sideline sharing some snacks with the Minotaur if he's still watching.
I did say he was brought back inside the inside the
So-
rooms back there.
How do I do
I'm
the
just cheering
potion?
him on in the background.
So there's no specific macro for a potion. So what you can do is that you can once again go to the dice roller and roll, and where it gives you like the option for die, you go to the d4 and choose it and make it to roll 2d4, and then we add a +2 to that. Alternatively, you can type this command on the chat. Oh shit, sorry. Without the parentheses, just the /r space 2d4 +2, and it'll roll the thing on the chat for you.
Well,
So you gain 5 points back.
Bad.
was not worth 50 gold, just saying.
Good enough.
Saves your ass sometimes.
Do be like that, yeah.
Saved my ass a couple times.
That is your action and bonus.
Welcome, by the
sections.
way.
Yeah. So it's now his turn again.
It is now his turn again. Maximilian kinda will, after hearing your comment of like, yeah, I don't need your pity, he's gonna be like, well, you can't blame a man for trying. Now, where were we? Right. I was just about to, and he's going to shield you again. Damn, that hits 18. Ignore the +6. You get only the 9 points of bludgeoning damage and strength save.
Jesus.
Ah, dang it. Alright, no Bardic Inspiration this time, buddy. You're on the floors.
Alright, so you are on the ground, sadly. You are now prone, both of these. And Maximilian the Merciless is, well, going to capitalize on that. With advantage. He's going to take 2 more swings with his spear.
Oh,
He didn't
Sure,
even need the advantage.
Oh
I
my
was-
god.
I was gonna say
no.
something. I was gonna
No.
say cutting words something about what's AC? What's
You
your
can't use
AC?
magic, that's cheating.
Cutting words isn't magic. What are we talking about? You're just swearing at him. Come on.
I mean, are you cutting words this?
I mean, I could say, I could just say, is that spirit compensating for something? That'll be for the
Doesn't
first
even
one.
acknowledge you.
That'll be for the first one.
So here's the thing. There's a combined total of 25 points of damage, which would knock Bouxfhades down to unconsciousness because he's at 23. If you
Pumo, roll high.
if you roll too low on cutting words to lessen the damage, that's still gonna knock him down.
Okay, so it was a 1d8, correct?
Pumo.
Yes.
Pumo.
What the fuck?
Hero to hero, just like that.
So instead of taking 25, you take 20, which puts you at 3
Welcome.
HP.
Welcome, by the way.
No, shh,
Thanks,
don't
it's
say
better
it out
than dead.
loud.
Pumo keep cheating.
Josh, that's not cheating. What are you talking about? I'm just
You
saying
can't.
stuff. Not cheating.
God, we're just gonna hope that Met is like turning a blind eye to Derek.
Actually,
Like,
do
it's either.
do put me cutting words on the chat. Actually, I just want to make sure if it at any point has the word magic in there.
Hold on, let me go click my character. Cat's on my
Dun 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 dun.
Da, 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 da.
On the bottom right. There you go. Doesn't say magic, I don't think so.
Word magic's there.
There, I don't see it. Lying.
I don't. Yeah, hold on.
I don't see magic in there.
It's not there. Woo, woo.
Use your wit to distract, confuse, and otherwise sap the confidence, AV confidence of
All right,
others.
so you're just heckling him basically.
Yeah.
That's what Spear's compensating for something, isn't it?
Okay, so yeah, so instead, so
There's
you are,
something clutch all season.
so you are at 3 HP, Bouxfhades, and that's the end of Maximilian's turn. It's your turn.
He cringed so hard he managed not to finish him off.
You got this, man.
Bouxfhades. I start
Bouxfhades.
There's no chance that
then I'll start
Maximilian
waving
will
my
let us
arms out
take a
and
quick
get the crowd
hour-long nap.
Hold on, like 2 people were talking at the same time there. I
Oh.
couldn't understand what was being said.
I'd say there's no way that Maximilian will let us take an hour nap.
He looks at
Hour
you.
nap.
He looks at you and says, "Fight or surrender. Come on."
Bouxfhades.
Alright, we're gonna go again. Here we go.
Actually, hold up.
What?
Let me. What am I domain spell?
So he didn't say nothing back to me. I just heckled and then he just like whatever.
He just ignored that? That was a comment against his manhood there.
He did
Yeah,
ignore it.
but-
It definitely affected his performance, should we say?
I knew it.
Not
What's it
because
called?
he's
No,
But he does
more
do like he does look over at Derek, while this happened, and he's just kind of like looking at you like, oh, do you want to hop on the ring next, motherfucker?
I don't know. Will you be up on the? Would you be on the floor? Would you be? I don't know, man.
I mean, Derek wants to fight. I'm not gonna.
So
I'm definitely.
can I use my abiding bond right now?
That's something you. Hold on. Does
It's
that?
not magic.
I mean,
Put
that's
it on the
not
thing.
magic, but
Y'all are doing everything you can to not let me die.
It's just
Shush,
it's
it's all
just
you-
a bond with people that I feel at peace with.
Skill issue if you die.
I mean, it's not to the death. People have agreed. This is not.
Oh no,
to the
it
death.
is a magical bond. Never mind. At the very
Okay,
Okay.
yeah. So it
Yeah.
would be. So it will be picked up by the detect magic that the academy envoy is having.
Ironically, my heal is not magical. But I can't stand next to you, so
All right. So it is your turn, Bouxfhades. Do you get up?
Yes, I get up and I'm going to attack again.
Got this, bro. Please.
Come on, you got this.
I used up everything already. I don't think I have any more bardic inspirations. There you go.
yeah.
It's
Hits.
that good shit.
Let's go.
It's that good shit. Let's go.
So do I hit the proper button again now? Until we won?
Damage.
Nice. Good.
You rolled a 1 on one of them, so you can re-roll that d6.
Okay.
So that's a 14 on that first one. Oof. Maximilian is
15?
looking very bloodied now.
I don't know, 14.
Come
All right,
on.
and
One more attack.
one more attack. Please land. Oh!
Nice.
Natural 20.
20.
Roll me the
And that's
mash.
a crit, right?
That's a
Yeah.
crit.
Yeah,
meaning-
yeah, come on.
That's a crit,
Blood
meaning you.
damage.
Yeah, that's a crit, meaning you can use your bonus action if you wish in this turn to take another swing.
But no balls.
Yeah.
Just do it.
I
Overkill.
definitely want to do that.
Overkill.
Do I do
Well,
the...
first,
Super cheering
uh,
on the sideline.
yeah, first roll me damage for this one.
Overkill. Oh, 21.
Dang.
Again.
Re-roll
okay.
re-roll me that d6. One of them. So that's 22. 22 points of damage to Maximilian. Oh, he's looking rough. He's looking rough.
Come on, you got this.
All right, one more, right?
One
Okay.
more.
You got this, man.
God.
Hits, and he can't parry that. That's too high for him to parry. So go ahead and roll me damage.
Come on, you got this. Yes.
12. Died.
Re-roll me one of... Actually, hold on. Could you put Great Weapon Master... No, not Great Weapon Master. Great Weapon Fighting. I think that's the name of the feature. Could you put that on the chat?
Great weapon fighting, yes.
When you roll a 1 or a 2. Meaning... You can re-roll that one of those d6s as well.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey!
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. That is now...
15.
15 points of damage. Oh my god! You were so close. You were so
Oh, no.
close.
No!
You were so close with
You
these.
tried so hard.
You have nothing
and
else
got
to
so
add to that.
far.
Might have. You might have.
I don't think, because that was my bonus action. I don't think I...
Well, I mean, I'll remind you of your superiority die if you have any left.
Oh yeah, I got 2 superiority die, but trying to think if...
Well, here's the thing. Again giving you this tips and tricks, because again, first time. Superiority die, crit as well. So if you want, you can choose to use trip attack on that crit you got on him, and that'll be 2d8 added to the damage instead of just 1.
Yeah, can I do that, please?
You can, and he'll make a strength save, which he makes, but the damage still goes through.
Okay. Hey, I roll 2d6?
2d8.
2d8. Got it.
Let's go.
Let's
For
go.
11. Important question. Do you go all out and with that other final attack of yours make a you make use of your of your last superiority die?
Think back to when I yelled at Derek at the beginning of the games.
Stop being an idiot. That's what I heard.
I
You
mean,
could-
yeah, we'll use the last one, I guess.
All right, roll me the d8.
Oh, no.
1, 2, 3.
Non-lethally. I yell from the sideline.
Just knock him
do it.
out.
Juno
Just
would
knock
want
her
this.
out.
Oh, Juno would want this, guys. You know that.
We're not murderers.
Juno's Batman right now.
I shoot
He's
an
not
arrow
even
across
here.
the barrel at Derek.
Bouxfhades, how do you want to do this?
You knocked. Oh, I don't know if you killed him or knocked him out though.
I don't know.
Kill him. Kill
I
him.
mean,
kill him.
you
Knock him
were
out.
told that this wasn't to the death, but you know, it's
I can I do a some kind of a check to see if he's actually honorable or not? Like, if I let him live, is he gonna deceive me?
I mean, you don't know. Like,
Hey, pull trunks and just take off all his clothes, or cut up his clothes.
Oh God.
Be naked. Give us clothes and
Do,
be
do I
naked. and
do I
we
still
start
have
laughing
a?
at
I
him.
used my bonus action, didn't I?
yeah, this basically, this is it. This is it for you, boy. This is.
I will let him live and tell him that even though he lost, he fought honorably, and I hope that maybe in the future he will not be so merciless.
What a thing to say. What's it called? So, well, that's what you say to him, like sparingly. You know, after you spare him, but like, I'm giving you the reins essentially to describe how those final hits before you stay in your hand go. You know, it shows your creativity. Tell us what happens here.
So how many hits did I make? Was it 3 or 4?
Yeah, you made 3 hits.
3 hits. So I got back up from the ground. I swung at him with my first hit, and as I did, I kind of sweeped to the side and swung at him from the back, which knocked him forward and a little bit off balance. And then I came up from his left side up across toward his right shoulder and hit him again.
Okay, so as the final strike is done across the shoulder, Maximilian kind of falls to one knee, your blade inches away from his throat. As you say, yes, you fought honorably. Be less, be a little bit more merciful this in the future. There's stunned silence from the crowd. As Maximilian kinda, his eyes blinking in and out of consciousness, or like at the very least struggling to maintain himself conscious. You do see that his eyes wander, not just on you, but on everything around him. You know, that kind of sign of like somebody's about to like drop, you know, immediately. What's it called? And he just kind of looks over at you before he properly runs out of consciousness, and just kind of does like this weird motion with his head that you can't quite tell if he's nodding along with what you said, or if that's just him trying to maintain his head up before he kind of like collapses unconscious on the ground. Again, there's like silence from the crowd for like first couple of seconds, until you then hear once again with a roaring shout, the crowd of the arena just erupt in cheer.
And after he knocks him out, I'm gonna pick both of these up and say, both of these.
I'm chanting Bouxfhades, but at the same time, I'm healing Maximilius. So I will cast Spare the Dying and then administrate a bandage.
You see,
and I
go ahead.
I also look over to Derek and give him a nod of courtesy for his help within the fight.
Damn, well, you were this close to just dropping. Fun fact, Maximilian had well over 100 HP.
Are you serious?
In fact,
Yeah,
let me double
damn
check.
it.
He had exactly twice your HP.
Oh my god.
You did great. That was
Guys,
phenomenal. I know we could
I
go
don't
beat
think you
his ass in
understand.
the car market.
My heart was pounding this whole time. Like,
You did great. You did great. I thought you were gonna
Oh.
fall down for a second. Pumo came in fucking clutch.
yeah, he
First
did.
time in his entire existence in this game.
So the crowd goes fucking crazy for you. Like an absolute, maybe like an unknown to a lot of people in Mytros, but you know, they are fucking going crazy. Even the athletes around, you know, the other people that are going to be your contestants in the games. They all look decently, they look very impressed by this display. You even notice the soldier from the Order of Sidon just kinda slowly nodding approval, you know, to this display of skill. You know, and you know them. They're not easily, like, impressed by a lot of things. You know, you do see that the other athletes kind of step a little bit closer to you. You know, some more than others. The Amazonian woman still has like her distance from you because they hate men, I guess. But also, but like, you know, or others who want to maintain like the you know, the cool guy facade, like that nymph dude over there. You know, they also keep their distance a little bit. But the rest of them, you see the middle-aged dude kind of you know, one that gave you the quote-unquote heads up about Maximilian, kind of, you know, pats you on the back a little bit too strong considering you're like really hurt, and he says, "You did good, kid. I've never seen Maximilian be brought to his knees like that before. You know, he actually retired being unbeaten from the games. But I guess you broke that streak." You see the other sort of like crowd favorite, the man with like the bunch of tattoos on his body, looks at you, Bouxfhades, and says, "You're really good. I see I'll have to look out for you in the upcoming events." Then, you know, the monk, the Dragonborn monk, comes in from the side and says, "You must one day tell me your training regiment. I would love to add some of your techniques to my repertoire, if you would allow me, of course."
We could probably work that out.
What's it called? The sort of like bard-looking lady behind you comes up and says, "You wouldn't mind if I add this to one of my latest music pieces, would you? Obviously, I'll not add names if that's what you want."
Yeah, that's fine.
What's it called? Like I mentioned, the others sort of more or less like keep their distance. What's it called? Whether out of caution or because they're not quite 100% sure they want to, you know, to give out their hand, so to speak, that early. Exandria, you kind of tend to Maximilian's wounds. Nothing life-threatening, I believe. But
No, I'm just being to cheek him up.
he is gonna be out of commission for a while. He's not gonna wake up for a bit.
Haha.
Good asshole.
But hey, take him to Juno. Take him to Juno real quick. He'll heal him up real good.
Probably showed him far more mercy than he deserved. But you know, it is what it is.
Well, to be fair, I showed him mercy because I don't really know the whole backstory with the party and everything else that happened. So it was my own decision to leave mercy on him.
All I'm saying is, once it's wartime, if his house catches on fire and he's in there and tied up, no, it wasn't me, you know. Just saying.
You hear King Acastus kinda speak up, his voice booming throughout the throughout the arena. There's clearly some form of magical effect in his podium that makes his voice louder. He says, Well, wasn't that a sight for the ages? To have our unbeaten retired champion Maximilian defeated so soundly by a newcomer. I must say, this is shaping up to be quite the intriguing games. And he looks over at you, Bouxfhades, and says, and, tell us, young man, what is the name of the one who brought down Maximilian the Merciless?
Bouxfhades the Brave.
Bouxfhades.
An interesting epithet to have, he says as the rest of the crowd does kind of like continue their cheering.
Bouxfhades.
Although,
Bouxfhades.
could
If
you
his
make me a
last name was H-A-N-S, that would be hilarious.
Although, could you make me? Are you looking at the crowd for this while this is happening? Bouxfhades?
Yuri?
I can't hear you.
Unmuted?
You're
Uh-huh.
kind of muffled.
Hold on.
Probably doing something. Alright, am I looking at the crowd?
They're not cheering for you, Derek.
I will. I'm gonna look up
Derek,
at the crowd and see
Derek.
how well
What
they're
now?
like cheering for Bouxfhades.
Is that better?
A little bit.
Yeah,
A little
a little bit better.
Oh, okay. Yes, I can look at the crowd.
Okay, so if you're looking at the crowd, I want to need you to make me a couple of, a perception check.
Perception. I gotta find it on here. Okay.
Derek said they're all saying, Derek. Like,
Nobody's saying that.
Versailles would say that. Oh boy.
Damn.
Not helping you there, buddy. Sorry.
You don't spot.
My passive perception is 17. Do I notice anything going on?
Well, this isn't really something that has to do with you, I guess, exactly. So you wouldn't have a reason to perceive this in the crowd.
Okay.
But you, Bouxfhades, whether it be because of your lack of perceptive skills, or because at least for this moment everybody really is, on your side, quote unquote. You don't actually spot anybody, recognizing you, recognizing your name, who you may be, and have an adverse reaction, so to speak, to you. For the first time in what could be a long while. You feel like people are actually on your side.
Those bad men? Question mark?
You guys hear, like, way at the back of the crowd, Pythor kind of say something like, I don't know who that is, but if my children are friends with him, then it's alright. He kind of points at you, but it's you. And so, the opening ceremony for the Great Games comes to a close. Now, there'll be a bit of a rest in between the events. At the very least, a short rest. So you may replenish everything you used on a short rest, Bouxfhades and Derek.
My bardic inspirations.
It
Which is
should
just
say, just for clarification for you, Bouxfhades, there should be a clarification in your features of what comes back in a short rest and what comes back on a long rest.
Okay.
Good.
I
You
believe.
can roll hit dice for health.
Well, before we get to hit that, I believe your action search and your superiority die come back on a short rest. I think it's only your second one that comes back on a long rest.
Second one says short or long rest.
Oh, never mind. I guess all of that comes back on a short rest. So you'll have your action surge, your second wind, and your superiority die.
Right. Now, what about my health?
So your health. So you notice in your sheet towards the middle, below your actual health, there's a thing called hit die. It's a little box
Yes.
over in the middle. Yeah. So basically, you have a number of hit die equal to your level. This hit die essentially represent the ability of your the ability your character has to passively regain health. Essentially, during every short rest, you can choose to use any number of hit die you wish to use in order to gain back exactly how you see it there. Like if you click the word hit die, it rolls the the die that represents your class, and you heal for the amount that is represented there.
And I just add it back to my health points.
Yeah, and you add it to your health points. Mind you, you use the hit die, so you have to discount it from your counter there. And
I see. Okay.
And you regain half your maximum hit die every long rest. So right now you're level 6, so you can use 3 hit die, and you'll get those 3 hit die by on the next long rest. But if you use like 4 hit die, you'll only regain 3 hit die on a long rest.
I got you.
And you would be missing 1 that you wouldn't regain until the next long rest.
Okay, so let me ask you this: Are there any other games today?
Well, this was the opening event, and there will be the. Let me double check the competitions. The jumping trial.
Hey, Chess, cheating.
So I can't really get hurt, hopefully, during that.
You would think so. But what's it called? But it's up to you whether you decide to use your hit die or not.
I'm gonna use because you said I could use 2 that I'll gain from a long rest, right?
Well, you can use as many as you want. Just keep in mind that you only get half your maximum hit die back on a long rest.
Okay, then I want to use the other 2, and we'll call it good there.
Okay.
So 16. Will it add here? 16 plus
I will tell you right now. It might not actually matter if you use all of your hit die to heal, because you guys are within the safety of the city, so chances are you'll find a way to get a long rest in anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're having a long rest before we leave. Probably
Actually,
2.
Porunga's 30. Porunga's 31, buddy.
I gotta do math. 16 plus 6
Yeah,
plus.
I know it's a lot of bookkeeping, but that's D&D.
I
Yeah.
said 21 Porunga lies. What
Okay.
would Estor's tell you right now? You're so bad at math, buddy. Oh my god.
Estor is telling you, Porunga. I mean, I still feel like we should have killed the Minotaur.
So, let me ask. I don't say anything, but I give a look at Xandri that shows that I want to ask for help getting my health back, but I don't want to say anything.
I mean, do Lost Alexander pick up on that? Oh, Alexander?
She dead. I'll walk up and I'll use healing ward level 3.
Okay.
I'm like, hey, I see your rook. Hey, rook, I see you, little buddy there. Let me help you out real quick. Let me go get.
I appreciate your help earlier as well. It was definitely much needed.
What do you mean? All I did was be a fan. Didn't do much. That's 12. So 12 HP back.
I appreciate it.
I can use my very short rest to bring that back.
36. Well, I think I should be safe from a trip, fall, and dying from 3 health, so we should be good for now.
Yeah, you're welcome. Also, by the way,
Makes a trip. Takes a trip. Takes 20 d10.
20 d10.
20 damage. Falls into
I thought I
spike.
hit my head on the post.
Oh, you're paralyzed. So sad.
The crowd just goes, ooh.
You're paralyzed. Oh. I don't think we've ever go for a bit, guys.
Yeah, I don't think I want to make the jumping event.
All right, next thing, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, we're good. Let's move on.
Okay.
I know.
What are you saying, Alexander?
I said sorry, I'm back.
Okay. Actually, now that you're back, would Alexander have healed Bouxfhades?
No, he can use his hit dice. I will give him a bandage though. I'll walk up to him And after I'm done administrating a bandage on Maximilius, I will administrate a bandage on Denise as well.
Okay.
Except you smack it on Maximilian's face,
Oops.
and you just gently put it on Bouxfhades' hand. Oh my
Oh,
god.
you get me back 2 HP. Sorry, bro. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, buddy, sorry.
I appreciate the gesture.
So,
I'm not quite sure where you got so much clothes on, so it's like you might have one.
Maybe, who knows? Mike,
okay. So, after a bit of rest, the crowd goes on a pee break, halftime plays, they do the halftime show. They bring in a famous musician.
Me, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course, they would invite me.
Is it our people from the academy?
Yeah, actually, they bring in like a couple of musicians, your bard friends that you rescued from
Let's go.
that you rescued from becoming statues. What's this?
I'm a drunk.
Yeah, Gondros, Scylla, and Sholos are the ones that they bring in order to do their little halftime show.
I'm gonna walk over like, how you doing, guys? How you doing?
I also go greet them.
Ma'am, you think I could join you guys for a quick tune?
Sholos look at you, Derek, who, again, to describe him for the sake of our new player, Sholos, that's a different character. Sholos is a dwarf, sort of a black-skinned dwarf with a relatively short beard and hair, who is very joyful, has, the party knows him as a bard, constantly has his instrument next to him. The other one is a gnome, a gnomish individual with sort of like spiky brownish hair, very sharp looking eyebrows, and fancies himself one of the greatest writers of this generation. The third individual is a elven lady, seemingly of noble persuasion, so to speak. Very fancy looking clothes, very tall, very thin, with a kind of like this hair that she has tied up in a bun almost. Your Bouxfhades, you obviously don't know who these people are, but your party seems to know them. Speaking of which, in between the start of the other event and all of this, a couple of guards showed up to fucking cart away Maximilian to recover. I'm just gonna delete him from the map for a moment.
Yeeted.
Well, while they're talking to the musicians, I am going to go over here to the edge of the arena door and contemplate my life.
All right.
What did I just do? Oh god, what the fuck did I just do? Oh god.
All right. So after the little halftime show, it's just nothing too crazy. It's just like a musical performance from them. They do greet you guys. Scylla says, "It hasn't actually been that long since we last met, but I am glad that I got to meet you all again. Still, can't ever thank you enough for freeing us from that, well, living prison, I suppose."
Shh, to secret, remember.
Right.
It was our pleasure. I'm super excited to see you guys again. I can't wait to see you guys today.
Well, we will be watching you from the stands. Cholo's gonna.
I'm gonna point over to where my dad and Wizzy and it's up to you guys. Our friend Lorius, that's where they'll be sitting.
You cut out for a moment, but I think I got the gist of it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sholos chimes in and says, "Well, I suppose it would make do to stay in the corner that constantly supports all of you. We'll make sure to be there and sing your praises. Of course," he kind of leans in and says, "we're still keeping our eyes and ears open for anything new, as agreed by your oath of service."
Of course. Oh, later, we can all go get some drinks, and we'll tell you what happened on the ultras when we went to go get it.
No, of course, of course. That certainly must be a story even in and of itself. Gondrus speaks up and says, would you be okay with me potentially, immortalizing that in a script for a play? I mean, not to talk bad about our fellow artists in the field, but I've heard that the wandering troupe that is led by that strange priest of Lutheria hasn't been doing so well lately, and their plays aren't all that impressive. We need some new material to be circulating. You know how it is.
Is he talking about the ones that tried to kill me? Tried to seduce me and then kill me? Those people?
Could be. sounds. They were led by a priest of Lutheria.
They were. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about, actually. Yeah, they're pretty. I heard one of their leading ladies actually was like a psychotic person, mainly because she tried to kill me, and we kind of like chased her out of, wow, Cassie forgot the name of her home city.
Astoria.
Astoria. And we kind of like banned them from Astoria because they did try to kill me. We could tell you about that too, if you would like. We got so many stories. Just always feel free to ask. To make plays about whatever you want.
Is that the one with the hag?
Oh yeah, that was the one with the hag that tried to take me out on a date, and thankfully you followed me invisible, and Pumo tried to set me up on a blind date, and she tried to kill me.
And no, I was just
remember
Drac
that.
with the date. Ain't no way.
I'm gonna assume that
It's Drac.
Alexandri said Derek instead of Pumo, but
Oh yeah,
No,
Derek.
no, it was no. I was setting up Drac on a date. Okay, he's just being a wuss and not trying to eat somebody. Come on.
anyway.
He was there.
Anyway, eventually the show ends and your allies go to your corner to begin to cheer for you. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to the lower segment of the map. It'll grow increasingly bigger as the events go on.
Edge.
Why is Auntie Kyra not here? Wait, my feelings are hurt.
She did say that she had an important task that Valos asked her to do, so she's busy on that one.
Versailles probably went there too, to be honest.
Versailles, that is true. Damn.
Wait a minute, you forgot? You
It's
just
not even that.
forgot?
It's not even that I forgot. It's more like there's 1,001 things that I'm keeping track on the of the back. So you caught me some slack here.
Where's our tavern man, bestie? The one that we're setting up
mean-
and making bait.
You mean the one that I never gave a token because I didn't expect him to be a recurrent character?
But he has more than any other character in town.
You mean generic innkeeper number 3?
No, that's the name.
But yeah, I remember that now. Juan.
Fucking alright.
Yeah, I swear that man gives the literally do you think about this? And he's like, let me tell you.
Fucking goddamn. What's it called? Alright. The jumping competition is about to start. I did mention this before. Not all of the participants are in at the same time. Some just choose to have, to pick their battles. But those of you who are participating can place yourselves along this dotted line, or behind that dotted line, my bad. Not that dotted line, Drakgar. Go forward.
We're gonna do the fitness.
Here.
We're gonna do the fitness
Oh,
grand
that
pressure
one.
test.
Where do we move if we're competing?
If
grab
you are
exercise.
competing in the jumping event, then yeah, I guess everybody in the fucking party is. So let's see.
Multi-stage, whatever it's called. I hate that doing that so much. Immortal, did you do the?
Physical class.
So, you guys are competing against each other, but also against the other 3 participants, who will take this chance to introduce themselves now that the opening event is done with. or rather, they're announced by the other staff members of the Coliseum. The middle-aged man has been talking to you guys. Egan, that's his name. Do I have it set up so you guys can see the names? You should. Yeah, Egan.
I mean, if I
Yeah, the names are there.
Okay. The Amazonian lady, that's Hatria. I forgot an I in her name. I'm stupid. Hatria, or Hatria, however you want to pronounce that. And the last one is Leland. You've actually, I believe you've heard his name before.
what was
Wait,
it? Leland?
see the get
It
the
does sound familiar.
isn't
Leela.
he the monk we met earlier, or was that a different guy?
Leland, or Leyland, however you want to pronounce his name. He is, I believe you heard his name being spoken before when you were talking, talking about the Great Games with some of the villagers a while back.
Is he the guy we ran into? That was like heading towards the game, or is that a different guy?
Oh, that dude's name sounded like Achilles.
So, the rules are simple for the jumping trial. What's it called? Basically, you must perform a long jump, which is, as you may know, some of you, is equivalent to your strength score. However, you can attempt to go further than that by performing
further beyond.
by performing an athletics check. However, failing that athletics check means you fall short and may not even actually get your own strength score worth of a distance going. So, who wants to go first?
Question: if I run and jump and then use my wings and just
I
glide
feel
off,
that might lead to some questioning.
She glides like
I
Peach from Mario
glide. I
games.
didn't say I would beat them. I said I would glide.
That will lead to some questioning. Actually, do you ask this question aloud to one of the attendees or the staff members?
Yeah,
Ask
I'll
your-
ask the staff member.
Now hold on.
It's technically still my jump.
Let's put this
I just
generic.
haven't glided this.
Let's put the generic soldier as the one who's going to be measuring this. The soldier looks at you, Xandri, and is like, I mean, none of the other competitors have wings.
I mean, that's how I jumped, though.
Let us run this by the judges, as he kind of.
Mateus and the other one's like, I have no problem with that. I don't see anything wrong with it.
They kind of, seem to be having a talk with the judges, and then eventually come back and they say, all right, here's what can happen. Instead of using your wings to jump, or to glide yourself a couple of more distances, we've heard that, common knowledge is that most sirens have hollow bones. We are willing to accept some form of acrobatics in order to complete the long jump, if that would suit you better.
All right. Deal.
Oh, you lucky son of a
Thank you.
bitch.
I
She's
just went from a
acrobatics of-
-2 to a +8. Let's go.
Son of a bitch.
What?
This
I'm
I
applies.
have
just
a
saying-
question.
This applies
So
for
next to
everybody.
my
Go ahead.
next to my athletics, I have a 4, but it's not check marked. Does that mean I can't use the 4?
No, that means that you're not proficient in athletics.
Oh, okay, got it.
Actually, why? That is strange. Why are you not proficient in athletics? Did you not pick it as one of your starting proficiencies for the fighter?
No, I picked survival instead.
Okay. Yeah, because you have at least 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, you have the. Yeah, so I guess you just didn't pick athletics. Yeah, that means that you're not proficient, meaning you have a less just a lower modifier that you would otherwise.
Okay, no problem.
So, oh, I did say magical assistance was possible, but it seems all of you chose to participate, meaning none of you can benefit from magical assistance.
All I'm saying is, I could just say a couple words, and it's not magical, you know.
Guidance.
It's not magical.
However,
Cheap.
there are two of your competitors that are benefiting from magical assistance. Egan, the veteran, and Hatria, the Amazon, both have magical partners in the crowd that will assist them.
Can I
Completely-
use
Go ahead.
commanding presence to intimidate them?
Why do you want to intimidate?
So that it messes up their magical assistance? I don't know.
I mean,
But
anyway, it is
Ooh.
what it is.
Wait,
Or what if
so
I use
I'm not
what if I
allowed
use
to
that
cast any
persuasion and persuade them not to use magical abilities?
You can try. I'll warn you, it's it's gonna be tough.
You're nat 20 that. Come on, buddy. I'll whisper Versailles that to make it rain real quick. The full little slippery.
Am I not allowed to use magic then?
Basically, let me double check. Just
Oh,
read my notes
wait.
for this segment. Magic in the Great Games. There we go.
I'll say your wings look fat, and you're like, wait, does it actually look fat? And then you just trip and fall.
Okay, so
Wow.
the way
Um,
the
I
way I'm reading
immediately death stare
the
at
way I'm reading
Eric.
the way I'm reading the rules of the Great Games is that if you are benefiting from magical assistance, it must come from a partner, not from yourself.
Come on, mine's not magical. Mine's just saying words, bro. Come on.
Can I send a message over to Lorius? Do you have anything that can boost me by chance, magical wise?
Oh,
But isn't that using magic to send him the message?
yeah, you do get a fucking a little bit of a narrow-eyed view from this fella.
That's fine. I'm just speaking to someone. It's just a walk.
He's just trying to make sure you're not pulling like a. Damn, I was about to make a long-winded reference. Like you're not doing like how Snape was being treated in in Sorcerer's Stone. Doing like a chanting at somebody in the crowd. Anyway, the point is that Lorius is going to reply. I have something. I think. Give me a moment. He says, as I'm looking through his fucking sheet to see if he has anything to assist.
Auntie Kyra. Oh man.
She says,
Oh,
not
Auntie
here,
Kyra.
not here. He has kind of something. He is going to. I didn't write this down on his sheet, but he does have a way to essentially do some form of inspiration. It is only a D6 though, so you better use it wisely. Loris is gonna come by down as your officially sanctioned magical assistance, and he is going to begin playing his panpipes. To inspire you, Exandri.
With the inspire.
That's Exandri's magical assistance. Egan and Hatria both have guidance on their side. Leland does not. He's playing this competition entirely on his own.
I'm gonna go first. Might as well. If I fail, might as well. Let's see who goes farther.
Mind you can use athletics or acrobatics.
Oh, Derek.
All right, I'm gonna go first.
All right. So first of all,
It's
back just as a reminder for rules. You can choose to play it safe and just jump the long jump distance equal to your strength score, or do an athletics check to attempt to land an additional couple of feet. However, failing the athletics check, which is a DC 15, just to throw it out there, will mean that you land short. even shorter than your potential.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'll just use acrobatics.
What were you saying, Prunga?
When you say your strength proficiency,
Your strength score.
which, so that's the bigger number in the circle?
No. The bigger number is your strength modifier. Your strength score is the total number. Oh, actually, hold on. I might be reading your sheet incorrectly. A strength score is basically if it's like an 8, a 9, a 10, a 12. That's the strength score.
Okay.
All right. So, Derek, you are going first.
Yes, I'm using acrobatics.
In that case, roll me an acrobatics, DC 15.
Oh,
Okay. What is your strength score?
10, so 0.
Okay. Well, no, 10 is your strength score. Your modifier is 0.
Or like,
Sadly, you would only be able to land 11 feet forward. Meaning, hold on, I'm moving you through the map.
I have 10.
You're basically like here. And that is
Easy.
your mark.
Same mark for everybody else.
Yeah, no,
I'll
hold
go
on.
next.
I'm marking this with a little line. That's
Wait,
Derek's.
so how far you go?
But
Right
what would have been if it was a 24?
If it was a 24, you would have landed. Let me double check this.
I just want to know just in case.
Yeah, you would have landed like a couple 10 feet further.
That's
over.
fine. That's fine.
So sadly, you don't land that great. You take a running start, you jump right at the dotted line and land here. You get some head nods from people. You do hear in the one that is the loudest. Yeah, the one that is the loudest in the audience. You do hear Versi. Her face is kind of covered by a hood, so that so people don't flock to her like and recognize her immediately. But you know who she's there. Just kind of says, "Well done, my beloved." You
Rick's
hear a
ribs.
couple of people in the crowd just gonna be like, "Decent attempt, decent attempt."
Okay.
Who's next?
Pretty good.
Who's next?
I'll go next.
You go
Who's next? Yeah.
All right, acrobatics or athletics, Porunga, your choice.
Come on, buddy.
I'm gonna go with acrobatics.
Let's see, bro. Let's see.
18. Hold on. So, what is your strength score?
An 8.
For a dragon that shoots out fireballs, how is your
So,
strength
hold on.
8?
So that's a.
Oh, you're -2. You're -1.
hold
It's
on,
fine.
hold
The thing is -1, bro.
Oh, you're-
Plus. You
Shorter than me.
land exactly the same distance as Derek.
But actually, mine's a 0.1 bigger. Actually,
You land the exact same distance as Derek. You do
I'm
hear
Like
somebody.
Derek's holding his hand out like I'm farther.
you
farther.
do-
Actually, get Rex, bro.
I look over at him and say, "What's up, bro?"
You
Where's your wings at? Oh,
You do hear, some people in the crowd be like, "Well, I expected a little bit more, but it is what it is, right?"
oh shit! Oh shit!
This is what happens when you put casters in physical activities. So, so, who's next?
Who's next, huh? Hmm.
Oh, let's go.
Oh god.
What is your strength score, Drakgar?
17.
I'm a cutting words. I'm a cutting words in real quick already. Already.
No,
Shush.
Come on, man.
Listen.
that would go
Look.
against our own.
What do you mean? I'm not harming us.
17. Okay, so you land. Holy shit.
I'm gonna.
The
Let's say-
nerd.
I'm gonna say, hey, is that really a good jump or not? Maybe you should have done a little longer running start.
What? I can't hear you. You're so far back.
Ice 1d8. So
You're so far back.
ice not to 20, 22. Just saying.
So, okay, so meaning you land 17 plus an additional 11 feet, which will put you at 28 feet. You land
You
28
nerd.
feet forward.
Oh, but hey, I cutting words him though. It's my 4.
Are you going towards Dragon?
Oh, hey, look,
Wait, you don't have
I
any more
thought we
bardic
were-
inspiration dice, right?
Can he also not attack me because we're
Not
teammates?
attacking
Wouldn't that
you.
be breaking the oath?
I'm
Why
not attacking you.
would you do that, bro?
He's
Wouldn't
fine.
that be breaking the oath though? For the
No, it's
100th
not.
time?
No. Not attacking. Not hurting you.
I messaged the person who's observing the games and let them know that Derek is using his bardic magic to interrupt.
Guys. What bardic magic? I'm just saying words.
I'm trying to think this, but this... He's not putting you in a line of harm.
Mm.
He's not
Sizer
technically
2.
using magic.
We're Sizer
It
2
is also not magic. It is
Oh.
you being thrown off your game by by Derek's antics.
It's called. It's yeah.
But
it's,
why
it's,
would I take
I knew
anything
you
called
were
words.
against us.
anything seriously? Because I don't even find him as relevant. He's so beneath me. He's not even
Shush.
relevant.
Shush.
I mean, roll me the bardic inspiration.
It was 4. I rolled a 4.
4. All right, so you're only. Okay, so it would be. Oh, so that's 28. You're 24. You're still a good distance. You're
Get back
24
there,
feet.
kid. I thought.
Wow, for Will.
Really?
Such a big difference. I know, right?
Uh,
It's
know.
fine. You still win. Calm
Congratulations,
down.
I can no longer use my class spells on you because I no longer see you at peace.
All right. Who's next?
It's just yoking.
I guess I'll go.
All right, go ahead.
Watch that causes me to.
I guess considering I'm not proficient in either ability, I'm just gonna use my strength.
Go, buddy. Let's go. Come on. Beat him. Come on.
Did he hear me?
Yeah, no, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
roll
okay.
your thing.
Yeah, roll your strength, you buddy.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're ready for that. No.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Roll strength. Well, no, that's a strength save. So that means you roll even
Oh.
lower. What is your
Oh my
strength? What is your strength score?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. My bad.
Uh,
My strength is 18.
18. However, you did fail the check, meaning you. Roll me a d4.
Roll that one.
That is so tilting.
Okay. In that case, you land 16 feet.
Hey, I'll take it.
Land 16 feet over here. Exandri. Do you want to go or should I have the NPCs go first?
I'll go.
All right.
Damn it.
Roll me. Oh. That's so okay. So what's your strength score?
My strength.
Your strength score is what?
My strength score is an 8.
8. Okay.
This one.
In that case, let me just double check something here. 21. No, 27. Oh shit. Because of the Bardic Inspiration. Okay. So 8. You land 20 feet forward.
Wow.
Dang.
See, you guys are fine. You guys didn't. I didn't say a single word with that.
Now.
Yeah, no, but you probably just fucked over Drac winning.
Now.
Calm down.
Egan. Let's see if the Egan can make it. Old ass man. No.
XTB. Come on, look at that.
Those knees. Old knees.
So what is Egan's fucking strength score? 16.
Face plant.
He lands.
Face plant. Let's go.
He lands 14 feet forward instead of his regular fucking movement. Hold
Derek
on.
is literally that GIF I posted earlier.
Skill issue, buddy.
Mhm.
14 right here. Fucking
Hey,
yeah.
at least I'm still third.
Hold on. Let's see if Hatria with her own guidance can make it.
Nope.
Damn, Hatria, you suck ass.
Hey, you telling me
Lucky.
Yeah, whatever, sure.
Oh no, she only makes it 10 feet.
No.
She only makes it 10 feet. You
And you're
see,
telling me I'm bad. So bad.
so you see as Egan fucking makes it over to that distance, 18 feet, and he's like, yeah, not that bad for someone my age, right? Hatria lands like 10 feet, you know, like over here next to him, and she looks like very frustrated with herself, like she couldn't make it forward further. Egan looks over at her and says, yeah, you'll get him next time. She just looks over at him and kind of staring daggers in his direction and says,
Man.
hold your tongue, man spawn.
Oh, damn.
Oh damn!
Look at that, Drac. That's a perfect girl for you. Come on.
And Leland, the crowd favorite, you see as he limbers up his legs,
He's
stretches. He has no
Face
magical assistance for this, so he's relying entirely on his own skills. So here we go.
And he really do it, quote unquote.
Dang.
Damn. He
I'm gonna say,
did recorded tracks.
I'm gonna roll my bardic expression. with three
Nope,
words.
you only have one reaction.
Oh well, it's fine.
So
Like
20
usual.
So what is his strength score? Leland. He has an strength score of 18, meaning he lands.
I don't worry about it.
He lands 30 feet forward.
What?
That's
Well,
right
Derek
where
was-
I would. That's
Oh, no, you weren't. You were
Good job,
shorter.
Derek.
You
He
were
was
28.
at 28. Wait, but if you were cutting him,
You was still a loss. So there's
you
no
could
difference.
try and fight what he did.
Yeah, but if you cut in,
In words, still would have made him lose anyway.
No,
Lost.
we would have
Skill
won if you
issue.
cut him.
Would have got second anyway.
So you guys, what's it called? So this first event, essentially here's how it plays out. You guys did a valiant effort, but Leland, there's a reason why he's the fucking crowd favorite. He makes it like 30 feet over, and the fucking one of the soldiers kind of marks the distance. There is a sort of like intrigue reaction from the crowd. You see on the far back end of the of the arena, the bearded sort of like elderly individual seems to be writing some stuff down on his book. Matthews next to him also seems to be doing the same. In fact, you see as he instructs him to write something down on the book. Not quite sure what that is, but you notice he's probably record keeping the current records. The crowd has a bit of a mixed reaction. They knew that some people were using magical senses, they knew that others weren't, and yet it was the one of the ones that didn't that got a pretty decent fucking distance. Here's
Skill issue.
what's gonna happen. I need you guys
Derek.
to record. Let me double check something here. I just need to make sure I'm because we're gonna need to keep track of where you stand in regards of the scoring, shall we say. What's it called? I want you, Drakgar, to note down that you got 1 silver. Exandri, you get 1 bronze. Leland gets a gold on this one. Is this gonna be important for you guys? Because it's gonna come into play at the end of the events. So you know, you guys better keep track of that. So, with that event out of the way, that would be it for this day of the Great Games. The opening event happened, and the jumping event happened. However, that is not the end of the Great Games. This happened over a course of various days, and whether those days you're going to be preparing for, or just, gonna tough it out on your own, well, it's probably best that you decide to prepare ahead of time for this. There will be a reward for those of you who make it to the to the finals. Whether that means all of you will participate on every event, or maybe some you will decide to take a back seat and provide some assistance to your allies. That is entirely on you. For now, however, this day of the Great Games comes to a close as King Acastus raises his voice once again and says, "It's been an interesting display of physical prowess from our participants. But don't worry, my people. This is but the start of the rest of the games. I will remind everyone once again, this is not... The point of these things are not to prove one's superiority over the other. It is to unite in a single shared tradition. Whether it be that you are from Estoria, or Mytros, or Aricia, or anywhere else across the lands of Thylea, it matters not for you, for these events are a way to welcome everyone into our land with a warm embrace. Remember to carry that wherever you go. And now, my fellow subjects, it was time that for now we draw this to a close. Make sure to enjoy the drinks and the food that are provided at the exit, for this is just the start of something greater. And just so that we have everything clear, I really hope there are no unforeseen changes to the scheduled events." He kind of looks over down at you, all of you guys. Otherwise,
I look very shrug, like I have no idea what he's.
Otherwise, that would be quite a difficult situation to handle.
Well, don't make us try and kill Minotaur. That's all. Thanks.
He tries to drown out your your comment by shouting at the rest of the people. "Now, my friends, my people, I must return to my duties. Gaze upon the power that is Icarus as we depart back to the castle, and know that he and my Dragonlords are always going to be protecting this city till our last breaths." As he climbs on top of the back of Icarus, he spreads out his wings and flies away from the arena.
Did nothing wrong.
Glorious, thank you. Whatever you did was very, very helpful.
Apparently wasn't helpful enough. That Leland fella, he's inhuman. I've never seen someone jump like that.
True, that was a great jump. I agree with you. But for someone like myself who's not very whatever you helped me with helped tremendously. I still got a coin, look, and I show him my bronze medal.
Looks over at you and says,
Let's go, third place. Let's go.
"Well, I suppose that's good enough. I do feel bad for the rest of them. However, they seem to have been given it their all. I'm not
Yes.
exactly..." Go ahead.
Except for, apparently we have a teammate who's not very teammate.
Again, I did nothing wrong. What are you talking about?
Unfortunately, Derek, I know your tricks of trade, and I know exactly what you did.
You still lost anyway.
Laura's gonna look at you guys and says, "Come on, everybody. You are supposed to be allies, are you not?"
Well, tell that to that one. Come on, Drax. Come on, Porunga. Come on, Lorius. Let's go have dinner. Wait, I forgot how to pronounce it. Bouxfhades? Bouxfhades. If you wish to join us for dinner, you may.
I may come later. There's something I need to do first.
Execute Pumo. Or Derek.
Nah, Versailles there, she'll execute you the moment you try to touch me.
Egan.
Take her too.
what's it
You
called?
just you thought you could.
The rest of the athletes just kind of disperse after a bit, with Egan kind of passing by you guys and saying, what can I say? This old body of mine just can't keep up with you youngsters. You guys are something else, huh? Well, whatever. I hope you guys have fun in the rest of the events. I'll participate in a couple from here on out. And,
I go up and I shake Aaron's hand. Seems
well,
like a genuine good guy.
yeah, means a lot. Thank you, miss. Kinda shakes your hand. He looks at the rest of you and says, well, I must go. I am feeling some very dangerous murderous intent coming up behind me, so I'm just going to have to make my exit out of here before anything bad happens.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Aaron, we'll be having dinner at this location tonight. If you wish to come and join us.
It's Egan.
And then I will... Oh, Egan? My bad. Egan.
Yes.
If you wish to join us, our treat.
Mighty kind of you, but I'm afraid I need to rest up a little bit. I think I pulled a muscle or something back there. So I need to lay down a little bit. But I'll probably catch up with all of you. You should consider inviting the rest of the fellas here. Kind of looking at the other competitors.
Oh, I plan on it. Everybody's welcome but Derek.
Did nothing wrong.
Not sure why that's the case. Guess your friend dude likes to heckle a little bit, but ain't nothing bad with that. It was just a little bit of trash talk, I guess. I know I'm about.
Life.
Oh, speaking of trash talk, he kind of turns around, looks at the Amazon lady, and says, "Hey, like I said, you tried your best. You'll get there one day, I'm sure of it." And then, before she does anything, he just kinda is like, "All right, gotta go." He just
runs away.
to run away. Hatria looks over at the rest of you guys, just gonna take like one step forward, and says, "You have done adequately for man spawns." She directs that comment at, well, the men in the group, not at you, Alexander.
Oh, I figure it's at Bouxfhades.
Yeah.
Come on, hit on her. Come on, dude. Come on. No balls.
I'm going to not shake her hand because I don't know what her customs are, so I'm going to do like a little polite curtsy, and I'm going to be like, Hatria, we will be dining tonight at this location, which is the inn that we always eat at. If you wish to join us, you're more than welcome to come. I'll buy you a meal.
An intriguing offer, but I will not stand sharing a meal with this man spawns here. I will continue sharing my meals with my fellow sisters that have accompanied me to watch me succeed in these events.
No worries. Well, best of luck to you, and can't wait for the next game.
She looks at you, nods, looks at the rest of you guys, scowls, and
I am away. Bye.
Keep your hands to yourself, man spawn, as she goes away from that area.
Overside looks at her, just looks at her right now and be like,
Leland himself kind of sort of like just seems to stretch a little bit after the event and just looks at you guys and says, I expected a little bit more, especially from you, as he looks at you, Bouxfhades.
name!
Train me in some athletics, you come hit me up.
He said I forgot to tie my shoe, bro.
Especially after defeating Maximilian. I expected you to be the biggest threat out of all your group.
I pulled a hamstring in the fight,
I suppose that's fair enough. Looks at the rest of you and says, as for the rest of you, keep up your training. He says as he just kind of looks at you, Xandri, just pats you on the shoulder a little bit.
I smile and be like, well, I'm not really that strong, but I wanted to enter anyway. But thank you. Leland, we'll be having dinner at tavern tonight. You're free to join us.
I suppose I could. No. I can't neglect my training. I must continue to strive ever further.
All right. Best of luck, and see you tomorrow.
Of course. Though I may not take part in this next competition.
What is the next competition? We didn't ask. Just decided to.
Javelin throwing.
Oh, well, why wouldn't you enter? Why wouldn't you just enter in everything that you possibly can?
I mean, I have to give some people a chance. He says with like this really like shit-eating grin on his face.
Oh damn, Drac! Oh
I'll
damn!
have to shake Leyland's hands and say, "Congrats on the win."
And congrats to you too on second place. You know, it's strange. It seemed for a moment like you were about to land a little bit further than you did.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna do better, and then I look at Derek.
Skills, you buddy. Sorry.
Strange.
I guess.
Yeah. Misjudging the jump. Misjudging the jump distance will get you.
Yeah. It was unlucky. It happens.
Don't worry, I'm certain you'll get it eventually. Well,
Anyways, thanks for the game.
I'd like to tell him that I look forward to competing with him in further events.
well, since you all seem very confident in your abilities, maybe I will continue to participate in the remaining events.
Damn.
Most of them anyway. There are times where you need to know when to hold back your skills and analyze the competition. He looks over at the rest of the ones that didn't participate, which is, I imagine, precisely what they're doing. I would be careful a little bit if I were you. You never know what your fellow contestants may be able to pull in certain times.
Well, I wish them the best of luck.
I wish the best of luck to all of you as well. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to continue my training. He says as he begins to start jogging over out of the arena. Alexandri, what were you doing with the rest of them?
Same thing. I fly over and say, "Good afternoon. My name is Alexandri. We will be dining in the inn tonight. Tavern located over here," and I like put it out on a map. And then I'm just like, if you guys wish, you may stop by and have dinner with us. Paid for.
They all kind of look at each other. Could you make me a general persuasion check?
Hell yeah, I can. My pulls up.
Yeah, you have advantage on everything that involves your voice, which is crazy.
I do.
Strong ass race. But yeah, go ahead.
Where the hell is persuasion? Oh, there it is.
13.
I'm a little deflated after.
A little deflated, and yet that still seems to catch the attention of a couple. You see the bard, half-elven lady, walk up and says, "Well, I suppose I could use to get to know the competition before we start engaging in any more fancy activities. You all pulled an incredible one on the king. You must have quite the stones. I would love to hear more about that. Name's Falana, by the way."
Wait, what was that?
Falana.
Falana.
Or flan.
Falana. Of course. Well, if you want to come by and have dinner, drinks, you have to drink, of course. You don't have to eat. If you just want to come by and chat, that's okay too.
Oh, so long as you're buying.
Yeah, I can.
Very well. You see the Dragonborn and the sort of like, the soldier girl kind of look over at you. And the Dragonborn asks, "Is this invitation extended to everyone?"
Yes, to everyone. Did you have friends you want to bring?
Well, I did arrive with my own set of companions that I can't exactly leave behind. I don't believe that a place can hold all of our respective individuals.
Lizard man, go.
I'll see if I can join, but I can make no promises. I still need to rejoin my my allies, and I need to report back to my master.
Oh, I have a question. So, a while ago, I feel like it was a while ago, there was somebody in the city who wore the same robes as you. I thought he came here to compete, but I didn't see him here today.
Ah, yes. Many of my own companions could not pass through the selection process. They have entrusted their hopes to me.
Oh, well, I can't wait to compete with you, and hopefully I get to see you tonight as well. My name is Exandri.
Right. I am Sai. It's a unusual name. C-Y.
I like it. Short and simple, but packs a punch.
So they say. I'll see if I can join you later on. But like I said, I have to report back to my master and my allies. Although, that was an impressive display during the opening event. I will watch on with great interest.
Oh, well, thank you. We just don't like other races being picked on so much, and the city seems to do a lot of that.
I feel like it has less to do with my race and more where I come from. Odyssey and Mytros have not been on very friendly terms for long enough.
Well, I would love to hear the story about it. Maybe there's something we could help spread, like a good word or so?
One
Like
can
we've
only
been trying to do Minotaurs?
one can only hope. But I will not keep you here for longer. I must go. See depart slowly. Some of them depart. Only really Falana and seems to hang around. Spyra, the solar lady, says, "Sorry, I have to go back to my folks' place. They are cooking up some mean hot pot, so we are going to be doing that over there." Pancras, the nymph man, yes, that is his
Like
name,
murder.
Pancras, says, "Not interested," as he just walks away. Classic.
Gosh, good looking Aspen.
And the one Order of Sidon soldier, Georges, says, "I'm afraid I cannot join you in this, for my duties need me elsewhere. Although
There.
I find it interesting that you, of all people, would choose to have one such as myself join you. It is common knowledge that you are openly acting against the Titans, including my lord."
That is very true, but we don't try to judge anybody by their cover. So if you do decide that you would like dinner and some drinks, feel free to stop by.
I have a couple of things to think on, he says as he kinda walks away.
A matter of fact, we've made lots of friends who are fight on. There's an entire Centaur establishment that we helped save, and they still fight on. We made friends
Boy.
with them, and it was quite a lovely experience.
Is that so?
Yes.
He seems to think for a couple of seconds, and then just kinda looks back at you and says, "An interesting story. I will have to hear about it more at some other time."
As you wish.
I'm gonna glare at him.
So sadly, only Falana was going to join your party. She says,
Falana's
"What do you say?"
is Falana a dwarf?
She's a half elf.
Half
Bard.
elf.
Half elf bard.
Yeah, she's kind of like a half elf bard of sorts.
Okay.
She seems to kind of walk back with you to the rest of your crew as you guys head back onto the city to celebrate, well, potentially bringing about a change into the Great Games. You guys did a
So
fucking scene. You caused a scene, for lack of a better
We're
term.
not fighting a Minotaur!
And
Bullshit.
with that,
Bench.
who the fuck put the excess over Juno and Matthews?
That's not me. That's immortal.
Okay, well, whatever. And with
It's on the
that,
video now. Too late.
with that, as you guys head back to prepare for the next day of the Great Games, that is where we're going to be ending the session.
Go shoot,
As
buddy.
we now have an extra companion in the crew. There we
You
go.
almost didn't have an extra companion.
Let's see him one more time. So yeah,
Go
yeah,
shoot, Drac.
Wait,
Go
does
for these.
Leland have something to do with the Minotaur market?
an interesting assumption. We'll find out next time.
Because I have that in my
The next
notes
episode of Dragon
from
Ball
a
Z.
previous game. Leland Minotaur Market also joining the Coliseum location Minotaur Market.
Mm,
Rewatch the
You know-
episode
you know
once you
what-
find that out.
yeah, you know what that was? I think you guys were talking when you guys found out that Maximilian used to be a gladiator for the Great Games. One of the citizens brought up the fact that the now undefeated crowd favorite is Leland, almost as if he was carrying the legacy, sort of, quote unquote. What's it called?
His son.
I mean, you don't know. You haven't asked. And if he was, he certainly did not react at all to his father getting the shit beat out of him. No.
He deserved it. What are you talking about? Juno's probably like, guys, don't worry, I'll take it from here. He's like,
Now,
it's your room.
before we properly end the recording, for those of you who are watching this on YouTube, thank you guys for watching. Continue following along in the adventures and shenanigans of the party of the Dawnbringers, plus Bouxfhades. He's technically hasn't been accepted officially because he hasn't made the oath of fellowship, but we'll get to that eventually.
Don't do it. Don't do it, bro.
Do it. Too bad. Get in here.
uh,
Don't do it.
what's it
You
called?
can get away with
Plot
murder.
armor is so thick.
but
Who would
actually,
be favorite murder every episode?
before we end the recording, I'll ask you, Bouxfhades, for your first game of D&D. Well, did you enjoy it?
Yes, and I thought my heart was going to explode during the fight, but yeah, no, it was fun.
Well, I'm glad that there was some emotion being elicited from the from the encounter. So D&D is a pretty cool hobby. But yeah, once again for those listening, keep watching. We'll see you guys in the next session when the party continues their way through the Great Games, hopefully without further causing a scene. But that'll be for next time. And we're out.
Is